Hello, potentially everyone, and hello, Kiwi. Oh,
Hello.
I'm so glad. As you know, I have to choose between two options so that we could actually hear your voice, and
Yes,
we didn't have time to check which one it was, and I was like, God, I hope it's the right one.
we did it.
Coffee,
I did
cheers.
nothing.
Uh, well, hello everybody.
Hey.
It's been a while, but we have more pizza to make. Uh,
But you know what? When we opened the game, it is going to tip us.
cool.
So I'm going to claim that. Whoa, what is
Whoa,
this?
that's some black marble, baby.
Now available.
Limited time.
Okay.
Fake scarcity.
We love scarcity.
Get some of the good pizza, great pizza plushies.
Merch.
So
I'm just going to hop into it while we,
set up and talk, and so I have to apologize for not having the stream on Monday, but I want to tell you why I didn't have the stream on Monday. After work, I went to feed the dog Max, who lives in the home as well. And unfortunately, you're making food. But I walked downstairs and there was explosive bloody diarrhea all over the house.
Jesus.
I then took the time to clean it up, and by the time I cleaned that up, he had ran upstairs and did the same thing in the other bedroom. So, clearly there was a big problem, and we had to figure out what it was. It turns out, because Maxie has been going in the house occasionally, and we've been talking about what that means. He is 14 years old. He is a very old dog.
Yeah, he's an old boy.
But we're like, okay, well, if there's like a medical reason, we should figure that out. They determined about 3 weeks ago. They're like, we think. What's wrong?
I think this is going to be a telling moment for me. I don't think I read that.
You didn't. You just made a pizza.
So,
that's funny.
I don't know that I'm going to be in a good brain space for pizza today.
Pizza dyslexia.
A deluxe pizza. What does that mean? Okay, shut up.
Pepperoni, sausage, onion, bell peppers, olives, mushrooms. Well, he had. It turned out he has arthritis in his back legs, and they said he probably has a little bit of pain in his back, and it probably got to the point where it's so painful he doesn't really want to walk outside. He's just like, I'll just take care of it here. So they prescribed pain meds, which we were using, and it was like this liquid, which
situation,
he didn't like it, but we put it on his food. He like begrudgingly ate it, and now, and then out of nowhere, the vet, well, they're doctors of animals. The vet called and said, well, we looked at some of the tests. We think he might have a problem with his kidneys, so we do need to do a follow-up. But in the meantime, I want you to take this other medication, but didn't say what it was for. So we got this other medication, put it in his food, and that's when he started having bloody, explosive diarrhea.
Yeah, and kidney-wise, that is a little wild, but okay.
So after it happened and we cleaned up everything and tried our best to like kind of section him off in areas where it's easier to clean, we called and said, what the hell's going on? And the vet said, oh yeah, that is one of the very rare side effects of the medication. And I think the response we had was, you could have said, hey, there's like a 5% chance bloody explosive diarrhea could happen, so we would plan for it. And
yeah,
not have this situation.
A panic attack? Yeah.
But now the like the annoying side effect is Max now is like just afraid to eat anything.
Hmm.
I think he thinks it was just food that made it happen, so he's like slow to eat no sausage. I think you have kind of a you do have kind of an aura of I don't really give a fuck about what you want right now, which is
I
funny.
don't know what it was about my inability to read that guy's order. Uh, it was hard.
Um, but yes, Maxie is doing much better now. If anyone was concerned,
I was.
he got a shot at the vet yesterday, and right after that shot, he was full of piss and vinegar, and he was also like moving a lot easier than he usually is and going normally. But the only issue is he still seems to be apprehensive about eating, which I'm sure will go away when he gets super hungry. But and they also and the vet also mentioned, which was like really annoying. The reason they gave us that pill, which we found out afterwards, that pill is also pain medication.
Hmm.
And they said, we wanted to get you off of the liquid because there was an article that came out that in very rare cases, the liquid does have adverse effects for dogs, but it doesn't happen to every dog. And we were like, okay, but you prescribed the pain medication that gives bloody diarrhea occasionally to dogs
Yeah.
for a possible problem with the with the liquid. And it was like I don't know. That was it was their call. But
I might need to request that we play Power Wash Simulator.
you're not in the in the right headspace
I
for pizza.
don't have the brain capacity for this. We have to play out this 30-minute timer though, because otherwise we won't get the tips.
Okay.
But Lord, me,
I have to request that we play Power Wash Simulator
that
because
it needs to be easier on my brain.
all right.
So I haven't played a video game in 4 weeks, Kirk. I can't listen to you and listen to these idiots at the same time.
Okay.
But I'm not in peak condition.
You do look very downtrodden, which is funny because it's literally making fake pizza for non-real human beings. And- oh my god! I have to
Onion, bell pepper, sausage.
set up some stuff here. Also, that woman, or I think it's a little girl. That girl said she saw a commercial for pizza watching the big game. Isn't this a town whose entire economy runs on pizza?
Mm-hmm.
So she doesn't need to see a commercial, just life itself.
Yeah, but maybe this particular ingredient stack was what inspired her, you know? God, the thought of playing Car Wash Simulator instead of this is actually really great.
We're going to get there. And we do have a level that I never touched because I was waiting until we played it again.
Ah, yeah.
They released I think it was like a cruise line or something.
Do you think the tips are at a real time, like 30 minutes? Like if I leave the game, I'm gonna lose out on the other 20 minutes of tips.
Ooh, I don't know. Hold on. I don't know if I can even Google that. Look at that shit, huh? Uh, Okay.
I assume it is. I assume it's.
I mean, you could try and just muscle through 30 straight
No.
minutes of it.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
Okay.
Why? Why is there a notification here? What do you want from me? Okay.
Yep, you're definitely not in the same headspace as normal for this game. This fucking dork. These brothers are dorks.
What? 3 mushroom pizzas. Okay.
What? Fuck that guy. Are you kidding?
Fuck all of these people. What are you talking about?
Use words. I'm going to go to Chipotle, and I'm just going to make sounds for what I want. And if they get it wrong, I'm not going to pay them. That's the equivalent of what this game is saying.
I want to, refund. Like, also, who orders 3 fucking mushroom pizzas?
Guy who's a part of a family that's really into mushrooms.
It's not a thing that exists.
I'm sure there is a family of mushroom lovers who hate every other topping of pizza.
Yeah, like they're not like other vegetables.
No, just mushrooms. Super Mushroom Bros, level 3. "12 pizzas with cheese?"
I've only done 12 pizzas with cheese on it. Feels not right.
Pepperoni and half cheese.
She did say half P, to be very clear.
But yeah, isn't that? Or maybe that's pesto. See, that's stupid. Your lady.
The whole game is stupid.
The whole game is stupid. Remember weeks and weeks ago when we loved this game?
Yeah, and then I played it too much. Yeah, for sure. Oh, this is a daily quest. Oh, I understand.
You got to use the booster 3 times to.
All right, that doesn't feel insurmountable.
I get the supreme pizza. Anyway, goodness. But yeah.
Okay.
I was also bummed that I didn't watch that movie on Monday, because that movie was called The Whip and the Body, which, from what I can tell, is starring a young Christopher Lee, who is in a relationship with a lady, and they're into BDSM. And it was made in Italy in like the 70s. And I had to do a quick scan of the video, the video, because I was
make sure it's Twitch safe.
Because I was sitting there, I was like, this could very well be porn. Even though IMDb says there's no porn, I don't know. And it looked, it looked pretty interesting for women that have wanted to. Whoa, what happened there?
I can't use the sauce buddy because this is an art form.
It's very funny to hear you say it, and then you're so haphazard with all of the.
It says show the wealth inequality, and so it's literally. I should have just done the 1% of toppings instead of half the pizza. That would have been more accurate.
Jackson Pylock. I like that. It's a good pun.
You are a pun person. Half olive and onion, half pepperoni. Olive and onion, huh?
Welcome to Kiwi's Pizza Place. We're gonna judge you open
Oh,
the
that was yeah.
based on what you order.
If I ever open a restaurant, that will be happening. Like it'll say, know that you're being judged behind the scenes. Not like shamed or hated, but definitely judged.
Not quite perfect. What the fuck?
I don't care.
Yeah. I know we've already heard it like 1,000 times.
That's one oven boost.
Boom. Cheese pizza.
Boom.
Here, get it. Put it in your face.
2 olive pizzas.
For the unibrow.
I do love olives. I would never put it as the only topping on a pizza.
I could do without olives, if I'm being honest.
That's to suck. I need more coffee. I can't keep living in this hellhole of my own brain. I like this pizza. Good, you fucking ordered it. What?
Excited to try this new ingredient. It's not new.
I also don't know if she only wants eggplant, but this is where we're at.
No, she wanted literal eggs.
Honestly, wouldn't be fucking surprised.
Wait, read your mind. You ordered it.
No, she said no, she didn't actually.
Boom.
I mean, these tips are actually really doing a good job for us today. Do we want to get wild and start anchovies? No.
I don't think.
I don't. You're so right. I don't have it in me to deal with their insane fucking.
Yeah, no judgment.
Riddles.
You barely have it in you to read people's orders. So I think adding another element would be a good idea.
Yeah, you're so right. Actually.
What? I think I feel like one thing I would suggest for the store would be a sign that says, think about word economy.
I don't think that any of them would know what that means.
Good point. But the idea of, if you spend more time telling me what you want, it's less time me making it and giving it to you. If I spend time interpreting what you said, it's less time.
Yeah. Try them all, bake it twice.
Ladies into meat.
I get it. I think I only have 2 meats. She's going to be upset that there's not anchovies.
But you don't serve anchovies.
Listen, that doesn't mean she's going to not be mad. These people are out of control. No, that's Guy Fieri.
She thinks you should run against him.
The musha pizzas lady is back.
They're big fans of Brady Bunch.
Okay.
I think my favorite reaction to any joke is a frustrated okay. Not laughter, not even a scoff. An acknowledgement that a joke was said and that you don't approve. Okay.
The best part is I actually don't think that I've done that to your jokes until we started streaming. Like, I've known you for over 10 years, and like I've only just started being that much of an asshole about it. God, okay, well, so sorry.
That's what I knew.
For these pizzas,
that's when I knew our relationship had fundamentally changed. when the jokes get acknowledgement, not laughs or even like, oh, come on. It's okay.
Okay. She wants all the vegetables. What's a vegetable? Onions. Good.
What's a vegetable?
Oh, no. Okay, well. Well. Did she want it baked twice? What does she want? No.
Damn.
Honestly, it was the cheapest pizza to possibly throw away. So.
And you made her day.
That's all that matters.
What does that mean?
No. He's going to steal it from us.
I want a watermelon pizza. Well, that's pretty judgmental because he looked sketchy. He could have just been a drug addict in need of pizza. Oh, the watermelon pizza. Kinda gross.
Super gross.
Nearly perfect. What the fuck? What else do you need?
Who knows? Onion pizza and going on a date.
Yeah, the guy she's going on a date with loves onions and pizza.
Yes, do you have something to say about
No.
Are you lying to me? I think you are.
I had like the beginnings of a joke, and then as I was constructing it, I was like, that doesn't make sense and not funny.
3 supreme pizzas. Wow, that was a big.
Oh, damn.
That's a $58 order.
Do you just know that off the top of your head?
No, I watched it happen.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. You said your mind's not in it. I like you just did some intense pizza math. If
No, it says it like immediately
after
when he sees me. Yeah.
The guy wants pizza, man.
Listen, 3 supreme pizzas is a great. It's the and like he was just fucking clear about it. Which
Pizza from Shadow. That's right.
pizza, Shadow.
We are the same quality as Little Caesars.
Okay, listen, I am offended.
Look, everyone hates on Little Caesars. I think it's unjustified.
We lived really close to Little Caesars in college, and I didn't eat there.
What? Ever?
I think I ate there once when we lived in the mods.
Oh my!
Did you live in UP? Where did you live? I don't even remember where we lived post mods.
Okay, post mods was UP technically, but I always knew it as Crestview.
Oh no. It is Crestview. UP was the one and next to Bowles. It was not. It was across the street.
I think they've changed Crestview to UP.
Oh.
But now that we've 100%
doxed
where we went to college, if anyone's really interested.
I don't. Nobody cares.
But no, I lived. Yeah, I did Trinity, Mods, UP, or Crestview, and
Crestview,
and then off campus.
And off campus. Okay.
But yeah, we went.
Where did I live? I lived in Adams.
Mods.
And then Crestview.
2 Crestviews?
Yeah, I didn't live off campus. And I was gone the second half of junior year, so I only lived there 3 semesters. But the uh it's our junior year when we were living in Crestview. There were 2 apartment complexes across the street from the mods.
Yes.
One was UP, one was Bulls.
One was
a Lost a Place.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think it was AP, which might be why. Maybe.
I wasn't. I have no concept, but I believe you.
Yeah, Bowls was.
Yeah, Bulls. That's a no for me.
Shadow is asking about Iowa Hawkeyes.
Oh, okay. That's actually very funny, Shadow, because I said that I would talk about it on stream because it's just a ridiculous story, and I love that you just teed us up for that without hearing me say that to Kirk off stream. I will say that I want to do the story justice of this, and I need 4 minutes and 29 seconds before I can do that because I can't talk and make pizza at the same time. Pepperoni pizza, green sauce. How many of these do you want? A couple? What the fuck does that mean? Okay.
2 pepperoni pizzas.
1 with green sauce. So I'm sorry, Shadow, you might have to
5 minutes.
Wait. 5 minutes.
We'll bring you the Iowa Hawkeyes story.
It's also just a ridiculous story in general, mostly not featuring the Iowa Hawkeyes. But it is the history of the sweatshirt, which is, I think, more important.
Iowa Hawkeyes do not play a major role in the story.
Just Iowa itself does.
Oh, man.
That's funny.
But yeah, we did not go to Iowa. If you're wondering.
I mean, I did.
Well, you went.
Oh, that's not where we went to school.
Yeah, to college. No.
I did not go to college in Iowa. Thank God. I can't imagine living for any period of time in Iowa. I'm sorry to offend all of the Iowans out here. I'd rather go to Nebraska and go be a Cornhusker.
Yeah.
Good pizza, great pizza. Name drop of the game over here. Okay.
I will say that just because we mentioned the mods, just so everybody who was listening understands, the mods were just trailers.
Oh, for sure, they were trailer homes, 100%. And it is my favorite thing to tell people about where we went to school. Is like, so we lived in the mods. It was 1 trailer, and it was cut in half, and each half had 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. So per trailer, there were like 4 bedrooms, but in each half, where there are 2 bedrooms, there were 4 people. So there were 8 people living in 1 trailer.
A trailer.
Yep. Yeah, what a time and a half that was. 1 onion pizza, 1 pepperoni pizza, 1 mushroom pizza, sausage on all 3. Go ahead and make them all pesto.
4 slices.
That's okay. So we have 3 pizzas.
Pesto on all.
Pesto on all. And he wants sausage on all of them, right? Yes, sausage on all 3. So let's do that.
While you work out the math, so these mods, it was also called the Shire. See what the school did, and it was really clever. They turned living in this area into a tradition and a rite of passage for the sophomores of this college. Lived 1 year in a trailer, and it was terrible. It was basically a cardboard.
Here's the deal. When they say pepper, do they mean pepperoni or bell pepper? I'm going to say pepper.
Okay. Well, so I worked in the maintenance department of this college, and so it was literally, it's a trailer park. It's a trailer park, and they called it Shire. And
didn't it used to be married housing?
It used to be married housing. It used to be the housing for married couples on the college campus. it then became this like it became this tradition where it's like, well, sophomore year we go to the mods. Like that's just how it works. You go to the mods.
That's where all the sophomores live. Yeah.
And
also, what a concept that all sophomores live in the mods, because like that was not a very big sophomore class, if that's true.
Well, I think what it was, if I if I interpret it right, all of the foolish sophomores ended up in the mods.
Where else did the rest of them live? I mean, in Bowls?
Off campus in Bowls, I think.
I don't think we could live off campus in sophomore year. I mean, we could, but you know what I mean. Like,
but what it
definitely Bowls or AP, I guess.
But literally,
no. Alasta Place was not on like considered on campus living when we were there. Actually, like right. I'm thinking back, so it was UP. I'm not crazy. They just renamed Crestview to UP after they closed the original UP.
I think so. Because
because Katie lived in Alasta Place and it was considered off campus.
And I knew for a fact that the school owned that facility.
Correct.
Owned that facility because we would do maintenance in that facility, and then they're like, it's technically not school housing, but the school owns it. And I'm like, that seems
so we have to maintain it. Yeah.
But the mods were this thing where getting in felt like, oh, well, this is part of the experience. You know,
it's tradition.
You go and you live in the mods. And then after like 2 months living there, you're like, oh, this is trash. Like this.
So they had like these wooden, I'm going to say wooden. I can't use quotes because I'm clicking. So I can't air quotes this.
I'll air quote for you.
Thank you. They had wooden beams, like very aesthetically on the ceiling to like make it look cozy or some shit. And one time, one of our friends went to go and hang something by it in our mod, and found out that it was just styrofoam, and not actual wood. And so, surprised, you actually can't hang shit from it, except for maybe Christmas lights, which I actually think we did. But
yeah. And I remember, because working in the maintenance department and having family members all in the maintenance department at different levels of it, that also worked with the building and planning department of the school, I said, hey, guys, call me crazy. Call me crazy. You know how we have a parking problem where no one has a place to park on campus? Like at all? There's this huge area filled with trailers that nobody actually likes living in.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't, and I'm just spitballing here, you make another dorm building, maybe 2, and put more parking in? And
parking is a disaster. You're super right.
And I was literally told, well, to be honest, Kirk, the Shire, aka the mods, makes the school more money than any other part of that school because they're basically free and everyone pays to live in them.
Okay, I feel betrayed, but also, I mean,
like,
that's not surprising. Also, I love how much you hated living in the mods. I actually love living in the mods.
It's not a, it's a love-hate where you're just like, there's just moments where you're like, I'm living in a trailer.
But here's the deal. It was so much nicer than living in the dorms because it was just an apartment vibe as opposed to living in a dorm. Like I wouldn't have wanted to live in a dorm another year. That's insane. Despite how wild my second semester in the dorm or in the mods were with my roommate changes, I still loved the like, I don't know. I feel like our mods did a decent job at like weird community belonging amongst them.
Yeah, we had a good mod group, I think.
Yeah, we also lived next door to each other. So like, okay.
That's what I mean, basically.
Okay. I remember I took thinning shears to Rick's hair in the kitchen of my mod because he needed his hair thinned. That was a really weird experience, and I don't know why he let me do it. I also definitely drank in that mod, which was a weird I am an option. I learned how to reverse park in the mod parking lot, which that parking lot was a nightmare.
It's a terrible parking lot.
All of the parking lots at that school are a nightmare.
Yeah, even the faculty parking lot, which I used.
Okay. I mean, I did too, and then I'd get up early and move my fucking car because I didn't want to get a ticket. But I'm not parking on the other campus. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that it was. Oh my gosh.
Did you have classes over on East Campus? Like on the campus where we lived? Like I don't think I had a single class on East Campus.
I had a couple because the de facto psych department was kind of on the East Campus, but I had a few. I think they were almost like equally dispersed. When I think about it, I felt like I was going back and forth a lot.
There was the one semester where I decided I wanted to be like world studies or whatever the fuck, and that was like one class that I took on East Campus before I changed my major back to what it was. And otherwise, I don't. Oh no, I took math. Math was the single class that I took on that campus. Otherwise, everything else was on West Campus. Yeah, I had to take math because I didn't get a high enough score on my SAT to test out.
Oh man, I remember I took a math, and they were like, "Well, we have to write a paper about Jesus, guys," and I was like, "It's math." It's math. We should be able
to math and faith, you know?
We should be able to waive the math faith connection because it's math.
Well,
anyways. Okay, are we doing
I think that was we're definitely doing Power Wash. I think that was the only non Bible class I took, actually. Like I'm thinking about all the other classes that I took. Spoiler alert for everybody who's watching here, aka Shadow. My degree is in biblical studies, and so it makes sense to me that the things that I would take are all Bible. But
couldn't you tell from all of the time she's been
things that you know about me? Yeah,
biblical studies.
That's me, wildly religious. No, so I'm just trying to think of the other classes that I took because I took chem over the summer. So not at the school. And then I took creative writing, I guess, or English literature or some sort of like English requirement. I don't even remember what I did for that. Yeah, 100% Shadow, 2 lows and 5 fish. Is that I'm 100% going to fail this class? Yes, that is the correct. That's so fucking funny.
It's actually funny when you think about it because it's like, well.
Oh, I lost your audio?
No.
Oh, you just stopped speaking. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, that was me. Someone wrote something in the Discord, and I wanted to make sure something isn't wrong on the whole thing. But yeah, right now while we're talking, I'm also changing things to try and get to Power Wash Simulator and set it up correctly. But it's interesting when you're doing a math class and they're like related to faith. It's like, well, Jesus, as we've read about him, doesn't obey the laws of like science, and so like all of what's happening in this class is based off of logical and pretty hard and fast mathematical laws, which he broke. Why are we talking about Jesus? It's fucking math, guys.
I think that I wrote that I enjoyed the fact that God created a universe in which math can be math. It's fine. I have a degree.
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at us as people. Like, we're literally in a fucking accredited university. And they're like, talk about math as related to Jesus. And we're like, God created math. I don't know. And it's like, we're adults. We're allowed to vote. We can buy, like, it's insane.
I mean, we were barely adults. Think about us. We were fucking 18. We were out of control.
Oh god, that's funny. Don't
We
worry.
had to live in trailer homes. Uh, School will make its dorm costs back the money of the changing tables. You're so right, Shadow.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
That it was
Okay,
all right.
what a time to be alive, huh?
It's crazy. Well, I mean, I've said it before, not publicly, but uh I like to think that my faith was tested by other Christians at a Christian university. And
Oh, my faith was tested by other Christians and the Bible. In the like, I lost my religion getting my degree in biblical studies. It took me a little while to figure that out. Like, it took me a few years post college to be like, oh, actually.
Oh.
But that was in direct correlation.
Um
Okay, while you figure out this, and I don't remember how you invite me to things, I do need a second cup of coffee. Oh, otherwise I might die.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go make a coffee while you do this, and then
Right.
I'll come back and tell Shadow all about Iowa.
Okay. Okay, I was just gonna ask, do you already have Power Wash Simulator up? Because it was taking forever. But
Yes, I do. I
okay.
updated it yesterday, which is why I was prepared.
Maybe I updated it too. Whatever. Anyway,
BRB.
yeah, alrighty. I'll see you in a second. I will turn off your camera. Right now. Okay. Um yeah, we went to a very interesting place. Um so that's purchasable. That's also purchasable. I just realized no one is seeing what I'm doing, which can make it kind of confusing. Yeah, nothing will make you question Christianity faster than higher Christian education. Because I thought, and I don't think I'm incorrect in saying this, but I thought that a university would give you a chance to really kind of dig in and break down the logic of the situation. Like, I realized that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You're talking to a guy who went to a Southern Baptist university. Oh boy, that sounds like a party, man. Party town. I, it is. Am I high? There was a. Oh, it's in specials, I think. Seasonal. That's right. The cruise ship. That's what it is. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Why? Why is that not working? I'm sorry. I'm doing such a bad job at streaming right now. I've always been so good at it. Am I just doing it wrong? Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. I have to start it and then I can invite. Okay. Yeah, it's I thought it would be a chance to really break down what I believe and why I believe, and it would give me an opportunity to kind of find more not evidence, I guess more of a solid foundation in terms of my faith only because I figured what happened was when I was younger, I had this craving for logic. I had this craving for it all to make sense. I had this idea that if this is ultimately true, all of the math and all of the logic and all of this will make sense at a fundamental level. And then I went to that university, and very quickly it felt like just Christian summer camp with occasionally a hard class. And a lot of things happened there that kind of shook my my faith in everything. Uh not to get too real, because that's not what streaming is about. It's not getting too real. It's about having fun. It's about giving away PlayStation 4s and doxing people and eventually being canceled because of a scandal. But yeah, that university was an interesting place. And there were moments where I looked at what was happening and I said, how is this supposed to make any sense? And there was no actual answer. And that was the bummer. But hey, life moves on. You either got to get with it, or it moves past you, and I had to get with it. But yeah, something strange is happening on the Discord. My Discord disappeared for some people. Hopefully that's not an indication. Maybe Discord's like, best way to get in trouble is to ask why the dean is driving a Beamer and preaching blessed be the meek. Wait, why can't
Okay.
There we go.
I've arrived. You could see me, but you couldn't hear me. Was that the problem?
Yeah.
Because I was on mute.
There we go. All right. And you're in.
Great.
Best way.
Okay, I need to readjust my life. Sorry it took me so long. I had to also hear about my friend's attendance of a weird rad wife bonfire.
No problem.
Okay, how do I get in here?
That I'm working on right now. I have to get into the job and then invite you. I forgot. Dude, that's how it works.
It was so warm down there because they have a fire going, and I am now cold. You do not own the summer 2024 add-on, so cannot join the session.
It's free.
Okay, listen, I'll go. Hold on, give me 5 seconds. I'll go download it.
It's free.
Okay. Okay. Fuck. How do I download it?
I think you have to go to
download.
Yeah.
Okay, it's update. Okay. Try again.
All right.
It's free. Jesus. Okay, why can't I click this? What is going on?
You said it was ready to go.
The game told me it was ready to go. What do I know?
We could play the Shrek special.
No, here we go. I'm in.
All right. You just spray me?
Yeah, it was my announcement. Okay, I don't even know where I want to start. Hold on this door. God, I haven't played this game in so long. It feels.
Oh, jeez. All right, let me wait. Can I change my shit? How do I change my shit? Crap, you're already dinging stuff, and I forgot how to play. Wait, because I can change my gear. How do I? There we go. Son of a bitch.
I wish it did give us a ding count per person.
A ding count per person.
Yeah. Because then I would be able to see how good I am at completing items.
Add the dings. Anyway, are you going to tell that?
Oh, yeah, the Iowa story. So here's the deal. Once upon a time,
there was this magical place called Iowa.
No, certainly not. I guess some background that is necessary for the story. My mom was in prison, and her dad, I was not involved in my life really at all, and he lived in Iowa in Des Moines, and I had not seen this man since I was like 5 because we had she had a stepdad who was like my step grandfather. He was like just way more around than this, her actual dad. But we knew that he lived in Des Moines. I had been to the house that he lived in as a small child, like whatever. I knew that he existed. In August of 2022, I get a frantic call from my grandmother who has dementia. So like everything she says with a full grain of salt, right? Like the most confused. And she's like, I can't get a hold of your mother. And I need to talk to her. And I was like, first off, Grandma, you definitely know that Mom is in prison. And so that is not surprising to me that you can't get a hold of her. What do you need? It's like, what's wrong? And she's like, well, your Papa Denny, who is the grandpa, fell and cracked his head open and is in the hospital, and he's a vegetable, and I need to talk to your mom. And I was like, okay, first off, that's a lot of information that you just gave to me. Second, I also don't know how much of that is true because she is not super cognizant, right? And so I said, okay, how do you know this? Because first off, Denny is her ex-husband. They have not spoken in many years. I have not seen him since I was 5. Like, Mom has seen him a few times, right? Whatever. Like, but not enough for Grandma to have this information, right? She would not be the first call that anybody gets about him.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, I have a lot of questions. I was like, how do you know this, Grandma? And she's like, Nan called me. And so Nan, okay, well, I'm trying to think of, there's a lot of key players in this story. Nan is my uncle's wife, and my uncle is dead.
Okay.
And so Nan and my uncle, when my uncle was alive, lived with Denny in the house in Iowa. And so they all weren't like close, but they were, they were family for sure. And I was like, okay, so she called you. Do you have her phone number? I'll call Nan and find out what is happening because I don't trust you to have this information readily available for me. And so she gives me Nan's phone number, and I call Nan, and I'm like, hey Nan, it's Alicia. I haven't spoken to you in 8 years. Grandma just called me and said that Papa Denny is a vegetable in the hospital. Can you tell me literally anything about that? And she's like, oh, yeah. So he fell and cracked his head open and is now basically a vegetable, and we need to make life or death decisions. And Nan was not ever technically married to my uncle, so doesn't have actual family, next of kin, anything. Yeah. And my mom, who is next of kin, is in prison, so she can't do anything. And Grandma has not been his wife for 35 years. So just infinite problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. And so I was like, okay, fine. Oh God, what is happening here? Sorry, I'm also trying to play this game and apparently struggling.
We're cleaning a cruise ship.
Yeah, I'm sure trying. So I realize now that like that there was a lot going on there. So I was like, okay, first off, Nan, I guess how do you know all of this? Like how did you find out about this situation? She goes, well, um, there, the man who is listed as the medical power of attorney for your grandfather uh, is this man who's been friends with Denny for years, and he called me because the hospital called him. And the problem with that is he can't go and see Denny and make those decisions because this man, I don't even remember his name, this man is on death's door, getting like kidney dialysis, like is going to die in the next like 3 weeks. So the man who has medical power of attorney for my vegetable of a grandfather is also dying. And so she gave me that man's phone number because like he would have to sign over medical power of attorney and like decision making rights to me in order for me to make any decisions because I, whatever. So I call this man and I say, hey,
What's cracking?
I'm the granddaughter. We've never spoken before. Can you tell me what's going on? He's like, yeah, Denny ended up in the hospital. And like he just gives me some wild story about how he fell and is now in the hospital and fine. And then I'm like, okay, cool. Well, I guess I'm gonna come to Iowa. So I'll call you when I get there because I need you to sign papers that allow me to make decisions. He goes, yeah, I just want the family to make decisions. I was like, definitely heard, happy to do it. So as I'm looking for flights, I call the like emergency prison number for the Texas people because I do have to tell my mother that her dad is basically dead.
Yeah,
and
at least as a courtesy.
And so you can't call prison, right? They have to call you. And so I had to call and say, hey, I need to talk to her. Can you get her on the phone for me? And they're like, well, we do have to substantiate your story because we can't just like let you talk to this person unless. And so like I had to transfer to like 16 people in the prison to like get to a chaplain who eventually had to call the VA hospital where Denny was being like held is the wrong word, but like where he was in order to substantiate the fact that I was telling the truth. And then they called mom into this room with the chaplain and then me on the phone telling her what had happened. And she's obviously upset. She had like a weird falling out with her dad, but like it's still her dad. And she's got some wild, issues, whatever, which totally valid. And so it was a lot. And so whatever, we make the decision that I'm going to go there and she'll call me regularly for updates. So now at least that she knows she can call me, right? So like there was, and so that was fine. And bad, but it happened. So I buy a plane ticket and I go to Iowa. The bigger problem is that I couldn't get out straight to Des Moines, so I had to fly into Omaha. So I fly into Nebraska and then I rent a car and I drive the 3 hours from Omaha to Des Moines. And I, at that point, what is happening? Okay. I then have talked to, I called the dude who's the like power of attorney man. And I was like, listen, I'm coming. It was late. I ended up like canceling my flight and it was like this whole deal. So it was like a whole rigmarole just to get to the fucking Midwest. And I was tired. I was stressed, obviously, 1,000 other things. And I finally get there and I go to the hospital. It's like 8 p.m. And they're like, oh, we've been waiting for you all day. And I was like, cool. I just got off of a plane and I haven't slept in like 3 days. Like, I don't know what to tell you. They're like, well, the doctor wanted to talk to you. And I was like, cool. I would love to talk to the doctor also. But I don't know what to tell you. I'm here now. And so all this time, everybody's been telling me that this man is a vegetable. We are just going to like make a decision as to whether or not to pull the cord, right? Like that's the story I've been told over and over again by everybody I've spoken to. And then I get there and they're like, okay, well, he's in that room if you want to go see him. He probably, like, won't talk back or whatever. He's probably sleeping. And I was like, okay, that's a weird thing to say. Because maybe they're just trying to protect my feelings. They don't know what I know, right?
Yeah,
maybe that's what's happening. I go in there and he was definitely not a vegetable. So this man was infinitely more alive than I expected. Definitely not like super conscious. Definitely not like could carry on a full conversation. Definitely had a breathing tube in, whatever. But like certainly not a vegetable and certainly not dead. So that was the most startling thing that's ever happened, I think. And so because I walked into a hospital room full expecting just like unconscious kind of moment. Not it. He was moving. He was making noises. He was watching TV. It was just like a whole experience.
Yeah.
So I was startled. I went home, and by home I mean to the hotel, because I wasn't going to stay in the house. Also, I don't know how to get into the house because it's probably locked, and I haven't been there in 20 years. And so I go to the hotel. My mom calls. I give her the update. I'm like, well, I don't really know what to do with any of this information. And she's like, cool, me either. We'll figure it out in the morning. When I talk to the doctor, because I have to like go back and talk to the doctor, obviously. And after talking to Nan a bunch, right, like there was more information about like there used to be a neighbor who would like be around and like help, but like he was dead, and that's why like he has a different, like he had regular power of attorney, not medical power of attorney, which is how we got this other guy who was dying, right? Like there was just so many people who were basically dead in this story that I was the most confused about what was going on, and like making heads or tails of anybody in the story was insane. So I go to bed in the morning. I wake up and I go to the hospital and I meet with the doctor, and he's like, listen, he won't eat. Like, I have to like do some more tests to figure out if he's like going to hospice or if he's gonna like be able to go home because he can do like eat food or whatever. And I was like, okay, fine. I give that update to my mom, and it is what it is, right? Like we're just waiting for the tests to happen, and the doctor was like, listen, I'll call you. And then the doctor called the guy who was on his deathbed and like got verbal confirmation that I could make decisions. I guess that was enough. I don't really understand any of that, but and so now I am in charge. I am the sole decision maker for this man who's not seen me or known me in 25 years. And then my mom was like, I want to talk to him since he is alive and not a vegetable. And so she calls me and I go into the room and he is awake, eyes open, looking at me. And like mom is on the phone, voice out. And the way that he looked at me, it was 100% certain that he thought that I was my mom. And because he could hear her voice and see me. Right. And he's like, so that was traumatizing. But she got to say goodbye, which was really important. Like that was a really good like moment to happen. I'm like, all things considered, really glad that was how it shook out. But then I had to go to the house because mom was like, listen, if he doesn't go back to the house, like we need to go and see what's going on there, which is valid. So I go to the house and I try all the doors because sometimes, there's, things are
open
because it's the fucking middle of Iowa, right? Like, what are they doing? So I go and try all the doors, and mom was like, well, sometimes there's a key. There's always a key above this whatever. And I look and there's not. And then I see a note on the door that says, Denny's in the hospital again. If you need anything, call Jerry. Now, Jerry is the one that I was told was dead. And that was the reason that he wasn't the power of attorney. And so there's a note saying to call a dead man on the door. So I call the note number, and Jerry, lo and behold, picks up. And so the theme of this story is that there were a bunch of people who were supposed to be dead that are just super not dead. And the fact that it happened more than once is really weird. Uh, So I call Jerry. Jerry comes over. Jerry has a key to the house. He lets me into the house. He tells me what actually happened and how many times Denny has actually fallen in the last few years, and that it is no surprise now that this is kind of what happened, and we see just so much of the house. So anyway, he had fallen a lot. It was he was just not healthy, which to be expected. It was the time in life, whatever. So Jerry gives me the lowdown on what actually happened. Jerry actually knows everything about what's going on. Why Jerry wasn't the one to call Nan. Why Jerry wasn't involved at all. Why I'm in Iowa and Jerry isn't handling it. I have a lot of questions about those kinds of things. But either way, Jerry was very helpful. So glad we found Jerry. But just a moment. So then Jerry leaves me. He gives me the spare key to the house. And I then, okay, I don't want to climb these fucking stairs. So then I start going through the house because now I need to figure out if there's a will, who owns the house.
Because if there's a will, there's
a way. Yeah, for sure. So we just don't know what is happening here. So I spend the next several hours going through the house that I have only been in a few times, and it's kind of gross. And I go through the whole thing. There was no will. I took his social security card. I took the cash that was in his wallet. I took the paperwork that was not about the house, but some of the stuff that I found about plots of land that his grandparents bought in New Mexico, just things that this house also, for the record, was his grandparents or was his parents' house. So his parents bought this house in Iowa in the 50s or 60s, and he then lives in it. So it is generational home, and it's not. I mean, it's a fine house, but it's nothing super fancy. But it is paid for.
It's in Iowa.
It is in Iowa, yeah. So anyway, it exists, and so I go through everything. And he was really into hat making and pins and all kinds of really weird things. And so there's a T-shirt print machine. There's insane retro type of print shit, and all kinds of crazy things. And so there's hats everywhere, there's pins everywhere, there's just so much shit. And I'm going through everything trying to fit what I can take back paperwork wise, but also if there's anything cool. But everything smells so musty because this house has been around since the 50s and hasn't been the shag carpet is original, right?
Nice.
Yeah, I can send you pictures of this house. It's pretty out of control. It's basically a museum. And so I find this sweatshirt that I'm currently wearing in one of the closets, and it's the only one that is mildly acceptable and also isn't just super weird. And it just it looks cute, and so I took it with me. It did reek for a long time, and so I washed it 6 times because I was I can't, this needs to smell better. And then I took it home along with all the paperwork. And this is another really fun anecdote, is that I was looking for his birth certificate because I was this feels like something that I should have. And I looked and it was nowhere with the, I found a social security card. I found, all of the other important, people paperwork. And I finally went into his bedroom, which is just a terrifying place. I was looking through drawers, doing whatever. And I found his birth certificate framed, hanging above his bed.
Totally normal.
And that was just the funniest thing to me. I was at what point in your life do you decide this is where I'm going to keep important documents?
Well, if I may.
Yeah, please.
I obviously I don't know your grandfather.
Neither do I.
Very well. But maybe he just got to an age where he just wanted a reminder that he was once young and born.
Okay. And born? Okay. That like, I mean, there are the pictures that were on the walls were like, I will put them in the Discord. It's like this is a museum level home. Like nothing has changed. The pictures that are in there, the only reason I know they were changed is because since the last time I was there is because now there's pictures of me like in high school as opposed to as a child, right? Like anyway, it was wild. My mom and I had a good laugh about his birth certificate being framed above his bed. And yeah, so that is
where the
that's where the sweatshirt came from. And so I have no particular allegiance to the Iowa Hawkeyes or to Iowa as a state. My mom and I did go back. So my mom came home and we went to Iowa together and saw the house and went through it some more. And she found a lot more stuff because she was also willing to get like deep and dirty in a lot of these weird spaces in that house that I was just super not willing to get into. She's fearless and much more dedicated to the cause. So, anyway, now I have a key to the house in Iowa. And now 2 years later, we are just now about to actually close the estate because he did pass away, I guess is the conclusion of the story. He did go into hospice. Several weeks later, I got the call that he had gone. And so like we got a very nice flag. We got because he was a veteran, he was in the VA. So like it was, all things considered, everybody got to say goodbye. It was sad, but like could have been a lot worse. And I don't know. It was just the story for me though is 100% made by the fact that I just continued to be told that people were dead and then they weren't. And that in and of itself is just, if I never have to deal with that again, I think that's going to be too soon.
I'm not even joking when I say this. You probably could sell
this story
story as like an A24 dark comedy because it's really hilarious. Because after you started the story, I do remember you telling me, but it's still funny. But the idea of like, I don't know.
Everybody supposedly being dead, and then one by one finding out that they are not dead. Yeah. It's like,
it's also just such a like. Because I do the same thing with movies, but I'm gonna overanalyze the story, which almost
please do.
Which dehumanizes the characters, which is not the intention. But it's also such a great. It's such a great not allegory. It's such a great mirror to like the difference in generations.
100%.
Because you're like sitting there going like, I'm going through his shit. He has like a deed to property in some random state. Like he has all.
But like no, and they bought it like far out in the wilderness because they're like, oh, eventually they'll develop this will be worth so much money, and like here it is, a million years later, and it's like still worth 2 cents.
And he was a veteran, so there's probably like mementos from that part of his life. Like there's all these things that you don't know about him because it wasn't a close relationship, which is kind of, in retrospect, kind of a new thing that's more associated with this generation than before. Like the idea that you do not really have a close relationship with members of your family, like a grandparent or something like that. But also just the in comparison,
like how am I next of kin, right? Like,
and also like comparison of just a millennial person with a boomer grandparent who, like, the idea that all the information you're getting from boomers is just wrong. It's just factually incorrect.
Consistently incorrect.
Like it's just you go to them and you're like, what happened? This is what happened. Okay, I understand. I'm making a plan. You get there. That wasn't true. Okay, so what's going on? This is what's going on. Okay, make a plan. Start doing it. That wasn't true. Okay.
That's actually just, I hate that, like, nobody has ever just put it so plainly like that, and you're like, that's just exactly what happened. It's like, I just want a plan to be able to solve this problem. I want to go, I want to take care of the house, and I want to take care of him, and I want to understand what happened, and I want to, like, solve this problem for my family. And you just can't when
and and also what makes it even like funnier, which again, I don't want to dehumanize the people in the story,
yeah, it's
anything like
fine.
that. But just like if you were watching it as a movie, the fact of the matter is like you're not even doing it out of like this
Like
deep,
love and obligation
yeah,
to this person.
this deep connection to the people and what's happening. You're doing it because like
It is an obligation.
someone has to, and you want to take care of it, because it is an important thing to do. But at every turn,
It
it's
becomes
not,
more of a problem.
and it's not correct. So you're like, it's almost like if it was like a job, and you're like, okay, I did the report. Okay, the report's not right. The numbers are wrong. Okay, let's look at the numbers again. Okay, now I got the report. Okay, the report is actually not due today. It's going to be due in a week. Okay, well, I'll take some more time to make sure it's right then. And then you're like, okay, well, it's actually not on that anymore. Also, you won't be reporting to them. You'll be reporting to them. But it's literally
God,
it's literally a dude in a hospital and a house
100%.
in Iowa where you do not live.
Correct. And I'm managing this from Utah. Like, just whatever. And to be very clear, this happened in August of 2022. I am still to this day dealing with it. It is not done. I have to talk to the lawyer next week. I have to make an appointment with the bank to finally close this out. Like, this is not completed 2.5 years later. Like, it remains. This is what more cherry on the top of this is. I have legal coverage, right, through my job. I had legal insurance. And so I was very lucky to be able to, I needed to be able to hire a lawyer to say, hey, this is the situation. I need power of attorney to make these decisions.
Yeah.
To be the executor of the estate. We need to set up an estate account. We need to do all of these really big and scary things that nobody has ever told me how to do because why would they?
Yeah.
And so the lawyer I hired, because it has to be in Des Moines or in Iowa because jurisdictions, right?
Yeah.
So I did that. But this man I wanted it to be one that was covered by this insurance. And so I looked up a lawyer and I found him and I called him. He was ancient and unresponsive. The fact that he even responded to an email ever was insane. There were periods of time where it would go so long between me hearing from him that I thought that the lawyer had died. And so eventually I said, hey man, I need a different lawyer. Please send my file over to this other lawyer. So I hired a new lawyer because this guy was taking too long. Not 3 weeks after I changed lawyers did I get a letter saying that that lawyer had died. So that's crazy.
Yeah.
So anyway, more people were dead when I didn't think they should be. So it's also the opposite, right? Oh God. So now I have this other lawyer.
So and just another layer of this, because a lot of stories about death in a family or death in an organization, there's then a lot of talk of well, who's responsible for what they own. So
Yeah.
So you would there'd be a moment in a story like this where it's well, I'm gonna get the house, where people are greedy and they
but here's the problem is that that's actually not how it works. I learned this, right? Because my mom and I have talked about it of what are we going to do with the house? And for her, she's always wanted to have a house, and so she'll get the house, and we will deal with that. And eventually, my brother will get it. Fine, great. But the bigger concern with that was that it doesn't matter. So even if my mom says oh, we can split the money this amount of ways, because there is no will, she is next of kin. She gets everything.
Yeah. But
so if there's no will, there is no splitting it. It is whoever is next of kin gets it, and then you just have to trust them to actually divvy it out according to whatever everybody agreed to.
But yeah, and what I mean about this specific situation is as a story, as a
sure, yeah,
it's you're not even looking to get anything out of this other than a resolution
It being done.
what's
Yeah.
happening. So like in other stories, it'd be like, okay, well, I just deal with this. Like if it was a comment, like, oh my gosh, I'm analyzing it like it's a.
No, I love everything about it. It
But
sounds
like,
great.
if it's like a Jim Carrey comedy from the '90s, like he's saying, I have to deal with all these crazy, wacky characters, and then I'll get a house that's worth a couple $100,000.
Totally.
What's actually happening is you are at this point. So this is 2022. You're in Utah.
Correct.
You have your own place.
I own my own home.
So so you're sitting there going like, I don't want anything out of
This house in Iowa.
I don't want.
And the best part is that I'm also paying for the expenses. So like I paid for cremation. I paid for the like obituary in the paper out of pocket because I can't use his money because
it's not yours.
Like it's not mine, and like that's not how it works. So like I am now out money, and I'm now paying the bills of the house in order to like make sure that the electricity doesn't get turned off, so that it doesn't like the pipes don't burst in the winter because it snows in Iowa. So I changed all the utilities to my name, so I'm paying property taxes for this house in Iowa. And my mom was still in prison at the time. So until she comes home, it is my problem to handle because she can't pay the bills on this house that will be hers. And since she's come home, she's taken over the bills. She's like, it's her house. Like she's paying for it because it's her house, right? Yeah. Even though it's not technically her house yet. So like insane that in that year, 2022, I fully took responsibility for a house that was not in my name, that will not be in my name, but needs to be cared for.
It's honestly,
and just because I love my mom, right? Like didn't love him. I had no relationship with him. I had no anything. He was nothing to me.
Yeah.
But he was everything to my mom. And so I'm over here like, because I love my mom, this is what I'm doing. Because she can't do it because she is literally not in a place where she could.
Yeah. I might. Real talk.
Yeah.
How many people are watching?
6.
Including
one of whom might be my mom.
Okay. We might have to copyright this story and write it. So here's the deal. The scene you described, the life experience you described of me, bruh, LMAO. The scene you described of holding up a phone to a grandfather you don't really know, so that your mother could speak to them, and he is reacting as if it is you.
Yeah.
Is a scene that, if directed correctly, is like an A24. People talk about it in the review. Like.
And the thing is, like, that experience changed me, right? Like, that in and of itself is, like, just a wild experience.
Shadow, I don't know if he's just messing around. If he isn't, this is also hilarious. He just asked, did you tell the Iowa story? You've been telling it all.
Hey, Shadow, that's this whole story, man.
I'm kidding. Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank God. Okay, great.
Because the story
is so much more than the sweatshirt. But anyway, that's why I have this sweatshirt. Is because this story is so insane, and I took nothing else from that house. Right? I don't want anything in that house. None of it is like. I mean, some of it might be of value from like an antique perspective, and like my mom took a lot of it. Like we'll sell some of it to like whatever. But for the most part, nothing in that house is worth a lot of money. The house itself is not worth a lot of money, but it is somewhere that like she and my brother can live when my grandma eventually goes, right? Like it's nostalgic to her. It was her grandparents' house. She gets to live there. She gets to have that, which is a great like full circle situation because it's the house that she grew up visiting, and it's in a neighborhood that is nice enough, whatever. And Jerry, not dead Jerry, is still around the corner. He's helping make sure that like the lawn gets mowed and like all of these things. Like he was the one who picked up the the cremation remains when I asked him to because I couldn't get back to Iowa, right? Like a tree fell in the yard and Jerry took care of it. So Jerry, honestly, Jerry's the hero of this story. But like, I don't know. I don't know, man.
You 100% can only refer to him as not dead Jerry.
Not dead Jerry,
Not
which I
dead
do
Jerry.
actually predominantly. Yeah.
Not dead Jerry.
Just.
But
So I don't know how to get in touch with A24, but
it's seriously like it's such a great story to highlight. Just like it, honestly, you know, let's be shrewd, capitalistic, shitty business people. It's a female-led story with predominantly female characters. It's a very interesting female story.
Yeah, passes the Bechdel test for sure.
Which is also, it's also just a great story that like the details are so interesting that you want to keep watching. It's very compelling.
You're like, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah.
But it's also deeply funny and and sad and beautiful and strange. Because just the idea of like following a person hasn't slept in 3 days. It's like, okay, well
walking into a hospital being like, okay, great, I just need to talk to the doctor, and they're like, oh, you can go see him if you want. Excuse me?
Like just the idea of like who would be actress like Rachel, I can't say her last name, but she was in Bodies, and she's in the new Saturday Night Live movie. But just the idea of her being like completely frazzled, and she goes to the hospital, and he's like, well, you could see him in a second, he's sleeping, and then she's like, he's sleeping? And then walking in,
I literally thought he was dead.
Like, being a conscious person, and you're just like, what the and then like the idea of like seeing a note, it's like, oh, if you have any questions, call Jerry, and you're just like just like looking at the note and then calling the number like, Jerry, and it's like, Jerry,
hello,
I thought you were dead.
I literally told him, I was like, dude, people told me that you were dead. Like,
and from Jerry's perspective, he's like, I'm the one that's been cleaning up the fucking place. Like
100%. He's the one who's been cleaning. He's the one he paid the bills before I got there, right? Like Jerry's been literally like living. He's the one who took Denny to the hospital, right? Like just Denny or Jerry's out here holding down the fort, and people are not giving him enough credit for it, right? What?
Not dead Jerry.
Not dead Jerry.
Not dead Jerry is
the hero of the story, honestly.
Focal point of MCU's Phase 6, like.
Yeah, honestly.
But it sounds like an Uzo story. Ever seen? I have not seen those movies, but I might have to start watching if it's like this story. It really is a story that, like, I don't know. It's just awesome. It's so, and it's also a testament to if we can get serious, if we can get very personal. It's also a testament to how independent and strong you are. Because I will be 100% honest. If that happened to me, I'm not going to go into the details of my family right now, but if something like that similar happened to me, I wouldn't have any fucking idea what to do, and I don't think I'd be able to do it.
I didn't either. So like that's, everybody has like said, like, first off, thank you. Like that is very kind. Yeah. But like, here's the thing. Nobody knows how to deal with this, right? People are like, oh man, how did you know what to do? The answer is you don't. You just have to figure the fuck out. Like, and even like my mom was like, man, I wouldn't know what to do. I just ask you. And like the answer is, I didn't know what to do either. Like nobody understands how to plan for end of life. Nobody like, except for I guess maybe whatever. So I guess to bring a little bit more context to this too. So Grammy had died that January, right? So like this was coming off of a death that was like monumentally life altering for me. So now this like completely contrasted, like this one like doesn't matter to me, which again is unkind, but like definitely matters significantly less to me. It's just like such a stark contrast of something that was like fundamentally hard to something that is like, I don't, and like Papa was still alive, like Grammy's husband was still alive, and so like he took care of most things. So like this one, I have no idea what I'm doing, and there's no will, there's no surviving person, there's no, anything. And so you just have to figure it the fuck out. And I very callously joked, I was like, I think that I should just go into like death coordinating. Like, I don't need to like be the executor on wills for everybody, but like I definitely could be a consultant for this kind of shit for people who have never gone through it before. Right? Like
yeah.
I could do it. And it would be a lucrative business because of how insane this type of shit is. And so like I totally like hear people when they're like, man, like you're like you are strong, you're independent, you figured it out, you know how to do this. But like, dude, I don't know. Like this is just a fact of life and people do have to figure out how to do it, I guess. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that phrase necessity, is it necessity is the mother of invention, or desperation?
Yeah, for sure.
Where,
1 and 2, yeah.
And because yeah, I mean, it's something where it's like, well, if it has to get done, it has to get done, and even if it's not done,
Totally.
right, it's got to get done. It's just also like, and I'm also worried, and I'm gonna have to do some research that it's already a movie, and I just haven't seen it. But
I mean, whatever.
But
there's no way it is. Like it's not. There's.
Start casting this movie. William H. Macy is not dead, Jerry. And Danny.
Oh my god.
Lawyer. I mean, I love.
Oh, that. Danny. Actually, I pictured the dead lawyer as that. Like that seems actually super correct to me. It feels right in my bones. So.
Well, it's also just the like. It's just so. TTYL.
It is haunting. I don't know.
It's I mean, wow, words. It is a story that has so many elements that make it an amazing story, and the idea of dealing with all of that in a very funny, very comedic way, I think is, something that just makes it work. And William H. Macy. I do like the idea of William H. Macy picking up that phone. Jerry. It's like,
he's like, hello. And I was like, hi, is this Jerry? And he's like, yeah. I was like, oh god, okay, cool. I thought you were dead.
Jerry, who is currently not dead. Yeah. Like it's just amazing, and like the idea of hiring like. Because your mom, like in this story, your mother is in prison, and the idea of hiring like, I don't know, like because you have to talk to a chaplain. So
yeah, that was a fucking nightmare.
So like the chaplain is like Tom Lennon, who is just like, I have to prove that your grandfather is dying to allow your mother to come to the phone, and you're just like, what? What?
Like, also, it took me 6 people in this prison to get to the chaplain. Like, I had to fight my way to the chaplain. Like, I just want to talk to my mom and tell her some really shitty news as I'm crying in this. Like, I was working at Tesla at the time, right? And I was in the Salt Lake City Service Center in a room getting this call from my like grandmother with dementia, just like telling me babbling lies, and like she's crazy, right? Like it was rough. And so then I was like, I have to make heads or tails of this story, and then also somehow manage to tell my mother this. And like, also, I never want to have to tell another person that people are dead, because I also had to tell my mom that, like, Granny died less than 6 months ago. Like,
yeah.
What?
It's crazy. And just...
Yeah.
And just the idea of having, like, wow, what's her name? Oh, I forgot her name. Like the woman who's in Beetlejuice and Schitt's Creek, in Home Alone.
Moira?
Yeah. Having Fight My Way to the Chaplain sounds like an awesome album name. But like the idea of like that woman playing the older woman who you can't really trust, and she's like, oh, your grandfather fell. And he's actionable, and you're just like, okay, well, let me call, let me ask.
Let me call Nan, yeah, Lord.
And Nan is like, I don't, who is Nan? Like,
I don't know. The way that we are like casting my family members is the funniest shit to me.
but just like the idea of, because if we're talking about the film has to sadly start just from a film.
Yeah.
Just from a film perspective, it has to start with this woman a little bit younger. I mean, 6 months younger, calling her
Who?
mom.
Grandma?
No, you. It'd be your character.
Oh, me. Okay, great. I was like, who?
Talking to their mother and saying grandma's passed, and it's like really, really sad because.
Oh, Grammy. Okay, now we're talking about Grammy's death. Okay, got it. I was like, where are we starting?
It has to start with Grammy because it has to be kind of like a wow, directed by Christopher Guest.
So with that one, I didn't even actually have to call her because I couldn't get a hold of her, and so my mom obviously, and I didn't want to call the chaplain because I didn't know how to do that, and so I sent her what was called a JPay. Like that's how you like send them like basically an email that gets printed out at like Chow, and then they like it's like just mail that they get, and so I had to send her a letter, and I said call me, you know. And so it takes like 24 to 48 hours for those messages to get to those people. And so I had to wait until my mom got that. So like that is how that goes.
So it would have to open with that process where it's like, oh wow, here's the process for
a normal,
like someone they care about, and you're like trying to like, oh wow, imagine telling somebody in prison that their mother had died or a family member had died. Imagine that. And then the idea of like 6 months later and you're just at work and you're like, oh okay,
because Grammy wasn't her mom, right? So like it was just like somebody who was important, right? So like that's why it wasn't I need to call her and tell her in this fashion, right? Like that was not how it worked. And so the contrast of then having to do it for somebody that was her blood relative, right? Like,
so and then like it'll be like 6 months later, you're at work, and then you get a call and it's Moira, and it's just like your grandfather's fallen. You're like, what?
Yeah, then, Papa dead. I was like, first off, Papa Terry is dead. Like my step grandfather is dead. So like, if that's you, I was like, who are you talking about? Like, you haven't spoken to your ex-husband of 30 years. Like, what are you talking about?
And then you would just like kind of casually say that to a co-worker where you're just like, well, she called, she's saying this guy's, she hasn't spoken to him in forever. I better look into it. And then it's just like a rabbit hole of the craziness getting more and more and more crazy.
That is exactly what happened. Like that is full fact.
And just the idea of that scene, it's like, well, he is sleeping. You walk in and you're just like, what? And oh man, it'd be funny.
Anyway. That's so anyway, that was Iowa.
Go Hawkeyes.
Go Hawkeyes, I guess.
And also, if the movie does really well, it's then your mom moving into that house, and then the house is haunted. Horror movie.
Oh, dude, I'm sure that house is haunted as fuck, dude. I've stayed there. It's definitely haunted.
Definitely haunted.
It is for sure haunted. But yeah. I mean, listen, if everybody likes this sweatshirt, if the movie does super well, we'll just reprint this sweatshirt, you know?
I imagine the Iowa Hawkeyes will
take a good cut there.
Yeah, colleges.
That's true, right? We'd have to get the rights to it, you know?
It could literally just be like an Iowa sweater, like just for the state. Like California has state merch and New York has city.
Yeah.
Just Iowa state merch. It's Iowa, so it's probably haunted by a hot dish.
Honest, okay. Wall Shadow.
Shadow, I don't know if you know this, but you are now a co-writer of this film because you're obviously funnier than I am. So, and you know
he's just from the Midwest, so he gets it. Okay, I was like, wait.
Yeah, he understands film better than I do.
How do we pitch stories to people? Like, where do we even go to do that?
I That's why I didn't want to tip my hand. I do happen to have a relationship with someone who literally does that for a job. So I might.
You actually?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, dude. Honestly, pitch it.
But it's like it's so funny, and it's also like that type of funny where I would really. I mean, not to say I'm special, but like I love it because it's funny, but it also has a lot to say about like very weird specific
It's like,
things that nobody
and
wants
like
to
it
talk about.
is generational, like things, right? Like it is hyper generational. It is like it does have a lot of like morals of like this is a man that I don't care about, but because I love my mom who's in this weird situation, I'm doing a lot of really weird shit, right? Like it is very generational story. It is very like there are big moments of like, man, how does this psychologically fuck me up when that man looks at me and thinks that I'm his daughter, right? That he hasn't seen in 20 years. There's a lot. There's a lot there, and so it is more impactful than just like straight comedy, but it is certainly comedy.
And also the idea of, because I imagine, I don't know for sure, but I imagine like, because you were originally from Vegas, right?
So I was born in the Bay Area, California, and then and my mom is from the Midwest. Like, and then I moved to Vegas with Grammy and Papa.
So, like, not saying, because it's also
I've never lived in Iowa.
yeah,
It's moral of the story.
It's also like it's also cultural differences, because I imagine you, like, the plane drops in Iowa and the people are
Nebraska.
Or Nebraska.
Because I didn't fly to Iowa.
Like, the plane drops in those places and the people are fundamentally different socially than the people that you normally deal with, that you normally talk
but like
to.
just encounter,
So they're all like, "Hey, how's it going?" And you're like, "I'm in this state because my grandfather is dying."
Yeah, I'm bad, actually.
Also, I haven't slept in 3 days. I desperately need to know if you know what, like, I don't know what coffee you were drinking at that time, but like, does somebody understand what this coffee is? What the coffee I'm mentioning? If so, could you direct me to where they sell it?
To the nearest one, yeah.
And yeah, just like the dealing with so many different odd characters, and then like we've already said, Jerry the hero coming in at the 11th hour.
I know, Jerry.
And also like the conversations you have, like the character has to have with so many different members of the family that they normally do not speak to, and just all of a sudden,
like I hadn't talked to Nan in a decade, right? Like, and I grew up with her and her kids. Like, I know them, right? But like, dude, haven't spoken to them in years.
Just it's so funny.
And the funny part is, Grandma Dewey, like, so my grandma didn't give me Nan's phone number. I had to reach out to Nan on Facebook to get to her, because I was like, I guess this is how.
The only way to find them.
Because I don't know if her number's still the same from, 2012 or whenever the last time I spoke to her was. Like,
yeah, it's
man,
it's awesome. It's funny. Oh man.
Yeah, pitch away. Let me know what they say. I would love to. I would love to see this this whole deal become a best-selling novel, if nothing else.
I mean, I could probably
write it, but the answer is it would be much funnier as a movie.
Yeah, it would be very. Oh my gosh, it'd be very entertaining. Just.
Yeah.
Just.
But,
well.
It's easily the funniest thing that'll ever happen to me. Like I've had a lot of good times in my life, but that one is just like, it is cinematic, right? Like that the whole situation is just like, nothing will ever beat how wild that was. And the worst part is, like, I'm not even exaggerating. Like, there's a lot of stories that I'll exaggerate, like, for fun, right? no part of this was exaggerated in
It's
any way, shape, or form, which is like
no
unimaginable.
no exaggeration necessary.
Yeah,
In fact, like a good example. I don't know if you've seen, but you may have heard of a movie, The Iron Claw.
I have heard of it. I have not seen it.
Okay, so it's based on a wrestling family,
Yeah,
the Von Erichs, and the truth of the matter is, like, the Von Erichs were five brothers. Yeah, five brothers, six, technically six brothers, and all but one die. Spoiler alert.
Jesus. Yeah.
There's a really good like mini documentary, The Dark Side of the Ring. It's on Hulu, where they talk about it in detail, called The Last of the Von Erichs. But essentially, these guys, they're all like pressured into wrestling by their dad. They're all very good at it, and then slowly, through like addiction, depression, bad decisions, one of them dies from it's so dark. Like
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
Two of them commit suicide by gunshot wound.
Yikes.
Both times were on the property of like their family home. One was done by a gun that they gifted their father. They like took it from his collection of guns and shot himself. One of them, he went in for surgery after a wrestling match. Like he like tore something in his arm, and they went for a routine surgery. He got this very rare kind of infection, and it put him in like a coma, and he almost died, but recovered. But when he recovered, there's like literal interviews with him. He's clearly not all there. Like,
Yeah.
it's really bad. But because everybody loves this family and loves wrestling, he's literally in an interview where he's like barely there, going like, "I'm gonna get back in the ring. You're gonna see me back. I'm just so excited to be alive and well."
Yeah.
He literally ended up writing a suicide note, walking into the woods, and then ODing on pills. Like,
Jesus.
crazy shit. And then, so that's three. How did the other one, the first one that's really made news. He had like a stomach issue that he thought was just like, oh, whatever. He went to go wrestle in Japan and died in his sleep.
Fuck.
And they got the news like just over the phone from the guy booking the wrestling in Japan, just like, Von Erich.
By the way, yeah.
One of the other wrestlers like went in to check on him and just like, you have to call the family. He's gone. And there's one more brother that died when they were like 7. Like,
Jesus.
The first two brothers were really young. The story is they lived in a trailer at the time. They weren't as successful. And he tripped over the trailer hitch. There was an exposed wire. He got like electrocuted and passed out into a puddle because it was snowing.
Yeah.
He passed out into the puddle and then drowned at like
Jesus.
7 years old. So all of that is true. In the movie, they literally got rid of one of the brothers that shot themselves, and the writer and director said because it doesn't seem real.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't, like, it seems less real that many
things happened.
That many brothers that those things happened to. And it's true, but also like that's it makes the story so much sadder. Because like the remaining brother tells the story from his own mouth, and like the brothers that shot themselves on the property, the stories are like, one of the brothers was like hanging out by himself by this tree that he would sit by and read, and he walked up to him and he's like, "Hey man, are you doing all right?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm doing all right. can you go talk to Dad about something or other? And he goes, sure, yeah, I'll head down there and talk to him and I'll come back. When he got to the house, the dad was sitting there with a letter and said, do you know this brother to like write dark poetry or something? And he's like, what are you talking about? He's like, he wrote this and then walked outside, and it was a suicide note. So he ran back outside and he had shot himself.
And he was gone. Jesus.
The other one, I think the last brother to commit suicide, he called the brother that's still alive the night before and said, I'm getting let go from my contract at WWF. I'm a failure. I'm not gonna make it. Keep in mind, this brother also lost a leg in an accident and never told anybody. He just learned to wrestle with a prosthetic without telling anybody. He's like, I'm not gonna be good anymore. I'm never gonna make it. I just want to die. I'm gonna die. And the brother's like, look, don't do that. Let me come get you. Like, let me talk to you. Let's have a meal. Let's relax. And he goes, you know what? You're right. I'll meet you at the farm tomorrow. So they go to the farm and he goes into his parents and he says, hey, did he arrive? And they go, I don't think we've seen him. And then they hear a gunshot.
Jesus.
And he had shot himself in the heart with a
what the fuck?
With a Father's Day gift. That was a gun. And they found the note that like he left on the table that was, I'm gonna go be with my brothers.
Hey.
And it's like, holy crap. Like, that's crazy.
That's just rough.
Yeah, it's a very sad, crazy story. And then the director's like, we had to cut a brother because
we can't keep doing this. Like,
it seems implausible that this happens so many times.
That's a lot of.
So yeah, it's.
That's a lot of suicide.
But you know, decent movie. I do recommend it. It's very sad.
Okay. Yeah.
Very, very sad. And I had something else. Oh, if you do see it, this is not going to matter to you, and it probably won't matter to anybody listening or watching. The guy who plays Ric Flair does a terrible job. Other than that, it's a great movie.
Great.
The guy playing Ric Flair is not doing a very good Ric Flair job, but that's just me.
I don't even know who Ric Flair is, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't know, but my brother and I actually got to go to the LA premiere of it.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And the second the guy who was supposed to be Ric Flair showed up and started talking, both my brother and I immediately whipped to each other and gave each other a look like, what the fuck is this? And, and it was like, is it rude that like this is the premiere and everyone's excited about this movie? And we're like, this is awful. This guy's doing a terrible job.
Who is Ric Flair?
Ric Flair is the Nature Boy. He is a wrestler who I think wrestled into his 70s. He is one of probably the longest running wrestlers of all time. But he's also a alleged sexual assault guy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. That's another great Dark Side of the Ring if you want to feel sad about humanity for a little while, called The Plane Ride from Hell. About when a bunch of wrestlers were delayed on a plane for, I believe, 12 hours, and they went through 3 bar carts all on their own.
Ridiculous.
And it turned into a real problem. There we go.
You know how I missed this? This is a huge amount of dirt that I missed. walls, 6 of 7. Okay, first wall that I touched. Okay.
Something about this wall mural isn't done.
I think it's probably
the nooks and the
here.
crannies. The nooks and the crannies.
Is the wall mural or the wall?
The waves on the wall. So this blue part down here. But I don't know. I literally cannot see the dirt that they're saying is.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, I see some too. Okay.
But the wall, it says, is also. Let you focus on. Go after whatever the window columns are. Over here.
Oh man.
Oh, I missed the entire side of this one.
You're saying there's dirt here. I don't see it. And if me, a power washing professional, can't see the dirt, your customers definitely won't.
Is it actually that wall? It is, right?
I see it. I saw what it was.
Okay.
It was barely any flecks. Little flecks of dirt.
Checks out.
Alrighty.
Man.
Oh wow, that's a fun time lapse.
Oh, I'm not looking at it. Why can't I see it? Job complete. Oh yeah.
It's fun just because it's. I'll play it again because why not? It's fun because it's top down.
Yeah, and I was very strategic in the way that I went, so it is very satisfying from like all the way around. And you came up the center, so like it was very satisfying.
I don't know why, but I was like, I'm going to start at this infinity pool. I don't know. I find that fun to start at that.
Yeah, normally I don't start with the walls, but that was my.
That was the move.
Yeah, are we doing another one?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, let's see. Okay, that's purchasable. That's purchasable. That's purchasable. That's purchasable.
I mean, what things are we going to purchase?
Well, I mean, there's still free ones we could do.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like, there's this bar from, I think, Final Fantasy VII.
Sure, whatever. I don't know anything about anything.
All right, let me invite you to it.
Do I have to download shit?
We'll find out. Have to download shit. Invite. I think it was part of the base game, if I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
I think. All right, sent an invite.
What would happen? So when you pitch this story inevitably to whoever, I think that you should just send them the recording of this.
Recording of the stream.
Stream, yeah.
Good. Make it easier.
No, I feel like that it would make it easier, but I feel like that maybe wouldn't be. We have to find like your 30-second pitch deck. You know, I don't know how movie pitches work, but
because yeah, I mean, I could literally just say, because that's the other thing, because we've jokingly said to this person, like other movie pitch ideas that we're mostly just joking, but if it were to happen, like obviously a lot of editing and adaptation would need to take place. But
of course,
I think it's also because it is a her. It is also someone who is motivated to make
good shit.
Well, shit that isn't necessarily. What's the word? Cis white male shit. Let me put it that way.
Sure.
It's not the typical, okay, we want to go to this movie. explosions, boobs, male gaze bullshit. So
Sure.
so
So there's incentive here, is what you're saying.
yeah, it's a story. It's like a story about it is a woman's story, and it's a story about a woman who is
Well, and like,
yeah.
yeah, like it is definitely, and like I don't know a single man who would have gone through this trouble, right? It's like this is an oldest daughter, like women responsibility of just like, man, I am the oldest daughter, who's going to do this, right?
Yeah.
Like the responsibility falls to me, therefore I take up the mantle, I do this, right? Like that is very like, I don't know, oldest daughter trope at its finest.
It also is it's a story where, you know, not to get all SJW, at no point in this story do you go, so I go to my husband who's my rock. So I go to my boyfriend
What?
who
No, that's, I mean, honestly, I have family who is like not family, like my mom's like frenemy from high school, who I've called an aunt my whole life, right? Like she knows these characters all infinitely. So when I called her, I was like, here's what's happening. Like she was like, you know, talking about it, whatever, and she's like, man, I don't know how you do this all alone. And like that is such a huge part of it, where for me I was like, I have no one to turn to and say, man, I need help with this. I don't know what to do. I just need a hug, right? Like which is just the most depressing part of the story. But like, there's so much of that where it's like, I just fucking need somebody to like be here and do shit with me, or just like sit next to me while I do hard shit. But that like, was just not an option in any way, shape, or form as a part of this story. And so like, yeah, like it is truly just like single woman insanity, which is rough.
Yeah. So I am going to pause for a moment just to pee.
Oh, good.
Because I really need
to. Do that.
But I will be back in just a second, and
I'm gonna keep cleaning this room.
All right, I'll pause the whole stream just so you don't have any need to talk to these people if they're even here.
Oh, it's just shadow.
Yeah. So,
I'll be here.
I'll be right back. All right, and I'm back. And
welcome.
It's also funny. Like I remember when I confirmed with you that you could stream today. My plan was to talk about the incentives for the 24-hour stream, and we haven't even.
Yeah, we got a little wild. So sorry.
But no, it's all good. I mean, your story is much better than anything I planned to talk about. But I did want to.
This is why I wanted to say it on. This is why I wanted to tell the Iowa story on stream.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's a good story. It's also yeah, it's better than anything I'm gonna come up with. But for the 24-hour stream, I brought down the goal because, man, what was the goal even last year? Like 1,000 something, and I think it was just 1,000, and we got to about 750. And I was like, yeah, well, you know, I'll bring it down because the stream itself is kind of slowed down.
It's low key.
It's a little lower key, and I'm not on the Instagram and TikTok every day like I used to. But I did want to have incentives because that was fun last time. But I also wanted to make a realistic choice, mostly on one very specific one. So I had the idea that if we reach a certain amount, I would take one of my Lego sets and just hold it up at like chest height and then drop it on the ground and film it. But I was like, what is too much money to ask to do that? So like, I thought I would do it for if a single person donated $100, I would do it.
Okay.
But I was also basically going to ask, do you think anyone would actually do that?
I don't know. I mean, whatever. People might donate $100 just because it's the cause, right? Like, if that's just like, so like, then it's just a silly thing.
Because I was sitting there.
I'm more concerned about the fallout of cleaning up those pieces than I am anything else.
Well, that's why I've already worked out that what I would do. Crap, I'm in that mode that I don't want to be in. I've already worked out that I would probably put down a blanket.
Yeah, so that at least all the pieces aren't like going in disparate.
Yeah, because
that.
Yeah.
We need the ability to rebuild.
Yeah, exactly. I think my biggest concern would be that I lose pieces of the set. Because I can take it apart and rebuild it. That it might take some time and it might be a little frustrating to do it that way. But I'm willing to do that if someone spends the money. I just don't want to start building it and find out, oh crap, I lost
a piece. Yeah.
I can replace, but then we're talking about spending money on something I've already spent money on, and I'm like, I don't
sure.
But yeah, $100. I also thought if we double the amount raised, that'd be $1,000.
Okay.
Do you think it'd be a fun idea? I also have to get their permission and their willingness to do it. I have a stream where Catherine does my makeup, and makes me up before a stream.
I would love that. So I don't really care what anybody else thinks. Catherine will also love this.
Actually,
I'm going to speak on behalf of Catherine.
You know what? I don't know what she's doing right now. I don't know if she's awake. She might yell at me for texting her.
It's not that early.
It might be early. It might be that early for Catherine, depending.
Okay.
Depending on what.
So sorry, Catherine.
It might depending on what night she had yesterday. I have a pitch that would need your participation. That would require your participation.
Yeah, we require Catherine.
Because I thought, full disclosure, I've been watching a lot of Dropout. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, rightly so.
I've been watching a lot.
Love a good Dropout.
And
what on Dropout specifically?
Well, I went through all of Game Changer.
Yeah.
I went through all of Make Some Noise.
Okay.
And then I started doing Actually, which I like. I don't like it as much as Game Changer, I'll be honest, but I like it.
Sure.
But one thing I started to do is when I'm building Lego sets, I'll put on old Game Changers so that I don't focus too much on it, and then take like too much time away from the Lego set, and I just don't end up doing either thing and just watch the TV. But there's a lot of drag content, like just drag talk, a lot of drag content, and it's something I've never understood.
Drag?
Never. I'm not judging it.
No.
Like, I've never really got it. And one thing that I thought about when I was sitting there, I was like, I wonder what like someone like Catherine would do, because she takes her appearance very seriously.
And now I want to be very crystal clear on this. There's a very big difference.
There is a big difference, yes. I know that.
Between you saying, Catherine, do my makeup, versus Catherine, put me in drag. Yeah, okay.
It is a very different thing.
Okay.
I'm not saying let's do drag because I don't think I'm ready for that yet. I don't think
Okay.
I'm even close to
All
those
right.
waters. But I did think to myself, because Catherine, I remember when she was on the stream a while ago, she was like, well, I'm going to do my makeup and wear something nice. And I was like, why would you?
I mean, I get that. I stopped doing that at some point, but
But I was like, I wonder if I told Catherine, hey,
I want to do my makeup and look nice for stream.
like,
You said that to her, that'd be
like
really funny.
if you had complete like free license to do whatever you want, you could do my makeup however you want to. Would you do it? And what she would come up with and what it would look like. And I was like, oh, I should make that an incentive for the stream, because I wonder
100%.
I wonder what it would look like. And also just not even address it, just like show up to stream,
This is fine. Yeah.
mention that I'm gonna do it for folks that want to see it, but just show up to stream and be like, oh, so we're watching Christopher Lee and the whip in the body, and I just look I'm just in complete makeup.
You're amazing. I'm here for it. I think it should happen.
Okay. All right.
Catherine will agree.
Speaking for her.
Yeah, I have no problem speaking for Catherine.
I did. There is one joking thing. There is one thing I've joked about, and I've said, but I just don't think logistically I can do it. Which is buy the like $500 Costco inflatable hot tub.
Oh my god.
And put it in my room.
And play from the hot tub. Like you're fucking Pierre Escargot on all that, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just...
Yeah. Because I'd have to measure it. I'd have to like, because I've kind of done like some loose measuring. I'd have to measure it again and again, but I think it could fit in here.
That would be funny as fuck.
and I took if I took out the chair, and moved a couple things around, I think I could. The problem is, I'd have to inflate it, fill it up with water, turn it on, and not be able to use my room that entire time.
I mean, 24 hours.
Well, no, it wouldn't be for the stream. It'd be like a.
Oh.
It'd be like
an incentive after the fact. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
If I were to do it for the stream, that's a whole nother logistical nightmare, because I'd have to be able to get out to like go to the bathroom, eat food. Oh my gosh. And that would just, that's basically that's just asking for water damage in my room in a way, because
that's so funny.
But I was sitting there like doing the math, and I'm like, okay, so I'd be out $500, and maybe even if I like somehow swelled the interest in watching it, maybe 15 people to come by and see it.
I mean, it's what's the bit worth, That's the.
And then on top of it, I then just have this fucking
hot tub. To be fair, Costco's return policies are pretty incredible, so you could return it.
That's true. Just by chance. That's the one thing I do that goes viral, and then Costco's like, we saw you use this. Everybody.
I mean, then if it went viral, then you wouldn't have to pay for it. Like it wouldn't matter, right? Like.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I want to do the ceiling?
In fact, I could be like, hey, Costco, how about this?
Sponsor me. Yeah.
I make a weekly video about going to Costco. We work out a deal for all the Lego sets you have.
Yeah, there you go.
And honestly, you do not need to pay me after that.
You just give me the Legos.
Yeah. I'll think about it. That one is like.
That one's a big one.
That one, I'm like, okay, if you raise like $2,000 for sick kids, then I'll do that. But.
Okay.
But like, I can't just say I'll do that without like a serious
commitment.
Yeah, because that would be.
I mean, then I mean, you could say like, $2,000. Put it on the screen, right? Like, what's the worst that happened? It happens.
Yeah, then I have to put tarp in my room. Oh my gosh, I'm also just thinking, like, trying to control this from a hot tub would be very, very interesting.
It'd be really funny.
Also, knowing me, because I'm a weirdo, I think I'd want to do it, like, in a suit. Like, I'm not even in a bathing suit. I'm just in...
No, you are, like, do you not understand my pure escargot reference from all that? Like, it's
you
just...
want me to actually be dressed like me, escargot?
Like, I don't necessarily need you to be dressed like that, but, like, that's ridiculous, right? Like, it's just him in a fucking raincoat, you know? Like...
Oh, man. Because, yeah, there was a joke for a while.
Okay, what the fuck is happening over there? Your infinite dings.
For some reason, each cabinet has its own ding.
Okay.
I don't know why. Also, there's like little tiny boxes that apparently have their own dings as well.
Okay. It's like you just went crazy over there for a second.
I know you live for the dings. You're
very... You know I do.
You're ding motivated when it comes to...
Yeah. Okay, don't be.
Oh, man. But yeah, I mean, the other stuff is mostly just resetting prices for past year's incentives.
Yeah. I mean, that makes total sense.
Like, $5 for a bean boozled, that seems appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
I can eat a gross jelly bean for $5 to sick kids, that's fine. Potentially gross. Sometimes they're good.
Yeah, it's a calculated risk.
I think I'm changing the smelling salts to $20.
Yeah, that's fair.
That literally just is, hey, you want to put hot pokers in your nose?
No, I do not.
I don't know if I'm going to do the like, I had a t-shirt idea.
The one, did you do it last year?
I did do it last year, where I had a plain gray t-shirt on, and it was like $25. You can write whatever you want. But
yeah.
I think only like 2 people did it. So it's either I need to bring down the price so that more people are incentivized to do it, and then the shirt actually gets more filled in.
Mm-hmm.
Or I just need to not do it at all. And now that I'm saying it out loud, I think I should just make that $10.
Okay.
It's $5 for beans, $10 for something on the shirt, $20 to torture myself with smelling salts. Maybe I'll make that 25. That's actually a good one. Yeah, 25. And then the other question is, do I do cold shower this year?
I don't know about that one.
That one was into some interesting territory. The reason I'm really hesitant is some of my coworkers came by the stream.
Yeah.
And paid for some of those incentives, and one of them recorded the audio and then played it at work, which I wasn't super cool with.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It did help me wake up, and it was kind of funny. So it's kind of a, I don't know.
I mean, maybe just don't have your audio on.
That is the solution, isn't it?
Yeah, because then it's like, you can make me go do this, but like you don't get to be maybe a part of that experience.
I'm never bold enough to call myself a comedian. I never would be, because I don't professionally do it. But
sure.
It's then it's like, but that is, I think that is
the humor. Sure.
The laughter is like just hearing me curse in my bathroom because
it is pretty funny.
Where I'm just like, God damn it. And I think if
then that's the risk you're gonna take, right? Like,
yeah. And I think the microphone is sensitive enough you could actually hear my teeth chattering if the shower wasn't on.
Wild.
But yeah, that one I'll do some more thinking on.
All right.
I also would I'm also gonna change that to $50
Okay.
because it feels like that's more in tune with what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah. The incentive structure.
But yeah, that's all I had. I know that
Okay.
some people, the incentives are like based on the goal, where it's like, oh, if we reach this goal, I'll do this. But I think I'm just gonna make that the Catherine makeup stream
Auction. Yeah. I think that's a good one.
and then just be like, hey, if we make 4 times the goal,
then we will.
I'll figure out a hot tub stream. Because I mean, worst comes to worst, I could put it in the backyard.
That's true. I forget that you have a backyard.
The logistics then change a lot in very different ways because there's horrible lighting in the backyard, and my legs will tell you there are nothing but biting bugs all around the house.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes only 30 seconds for you to turn into a pincushion. But I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, let's write it down. Let's write it down. That's why we have a notepad here.
It's getting written down. Makes it real.
Another one was like, I've always wanted to, but the stream has never been popular enough to justify it at all. But to do merchandise of some kind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that would be super fun, but it's just like, I mean, ask my friends who own a print shop, could you make 15 shirts, please? Is like, I don't know.
Oh, why? Do it.
Do it.
Yeah. It's the benefit of having friends who have a print shop.
That's true. But it would also, then it would be the question of, well, what is the merch? Is it the 110% toxic masculinity we came up with years ago?
That was pretty funny. Yeah, I do enjoy that. Jump on top of this pinball machine. Thank you.
I think I mentioned it to you. I must have, because there was a while where I was telling everybody about this podcast. Too Scary Didn't Watch.
Yes, we talked about it last time we were on stream. Yeah, for sure.
Just like any podcast, they have sayings.
Yeah.
But like, and they have like kind of an inconsistent merch situation because they do have official merch, and then they have like a Redbubble, which is like kind of unofficial, but it is official in a weird way. But all that to say, they have a saying that's always be stressed, never be horny.
Okay.
The idea of like, if you're in a horror movie, always be stressed, never be horny, because if you're horny, you die.
Sure, yeah.
And if you're stressed, then you pay attention and you stay alive. So, and the merch that they have for that is like, it's not bad, it's just not something I would wear. And I'm like, gosh,
sure.
I wish you had a different shirt that said always be stressed, never be horny.
What a statement.
But anyway. Yeah, I don't know what, I think merch for me would just be like Vinny Price's face. Which then is just a Vincent Price shirt.
Pretty funny. Make it Vinny, but then put a picture of my character on it.
Vinny Price. I could put that picture of your character's ass that
that's good.
Full face of when just randomly in the stream.
Yeah, that's good. It's good. Was that you that just dinged? What? Why is this not black and ball?
It turns out this entire area is just nook and cranny central.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time over here.
I had to switch to like the stub gun just to get
Me
into some
too.
of these areas.
I just went to that too. I was like, what is this?
Yeah, she hasn't responded to my text.
Bitch. What?
Just the idea that like I write bitch in quotes and put Alicia.
She'd be like, yeah, I get it. Do you want me to text her, see if she responds to me?
No, you don't have to. But if you want
That'd be
to.
funny. No. It's just me trolling for fun.
It would not surprise me. He's like, I don't want to talk to this Kirk guy. What is this pitch? Lego again?
Well, let me guess. Lego.
No, Catherine, I'm not one note.
Well,
Oh, well, thank you.
when it comes to Lego,
But yeah, watching a lot of Dropout and the drag stuff is not incessant, but it is very common.
yeah.
And cause do you have Dropout?
I do.
Okay, have you seen Smarty Pants?
I have not.
Cause that's
I mostly have it for Fantasy High. Yeah.
Funny. I got it because I saw Smarty Pants clips, and they had a specific Smarty Pants with Paul F. Tompkins, and I was like, I want to watch that, and it's not expensive. I'll try it for a month, and then I realized, oh, they're also responsible for some of these clips off like this
The internet,
show, and I was like, oh, I'll just keep it and watch it for a while.
But, yeah, mostly I watch via clips on the internet, I think is really what happens to me.
But there's a Smarty Pants where one of the members, Jess Ross, does a presentation called Wrestling is Drag.
It is. I agree with that 100%.
Where she kind of broke down what drag is, and I was like, oh, all right.
It's performance art.
Yeah. Like, I don't even like wrestling that much either. Yeah, I just find I got a response. It was just, okay, let's hear it. If I meet for my charity stream, I let you do... My makeup makes it sound like I do makeup all the time.
Yeah, no, that's the right
my
verbiage.
Makeup for a future stream. You get full
creative license.
Creative license. I can spell. You get full creative license. I thought another possible incentive is I let Kyle... Oh my gosh, you've done like 75% of the fucking bar. I've been in the same spot the entire time.
Yeah.
Feels homophobic? I'm in? What?
Okay.
Homophobic?
He's just trying to get in touch, you know? Your feminine side.
I don't want to offend anybody.
Oh no, I don't think you'll offend anybody. It'll be okay.
I'm just curious.
Makeup curious.
Well, it's also like, if I may,
You may.
And I know at so many stupid fucking crannies. I don't want to, because I obviously don't know, but there is like this whole routine and this whole aspect of getting ready that I literally don't understand and like don't appreciate the work that goes into it, I guess is the word. Like,
Kirk, I'm going to be mildly, not mean, but I'm going to call you out on something, and it's just kind of just hilarious to me. You are very much calling yourself out for not having ever had like a long-term girlfriend.
oh yeah,
in that statement, right?
For
like,
sure, yeah.
just,
100%.
okay.
But like, just like I remember talking to Catherine when we lived together.
I was gonna say, you've lived with women in the house.
Well, yeah,
Catherine in particular.
But like, yeah, just watching her get more and more product, and watching her like take as long as it takes to do it.
Uh-huh.
It's always been so fascinating, and you know, just a little curious, like if she had full license with my face, what would she do?
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
But yeah, I guess that would happen in normal relationships, huh?
I mean, not necessarily your makeup being done, but like you would have much more like just, I don't know if appreciation is the right word, but you would have just much more
understanding,
just awareness of like what is happening on a regular basis, and like the time that it takes every single day if there's somebody who wears makeup in that way. But like that is also a very like person to person differentiator, like for sure. Like Catherine is, you know, somebody who wears a lot more makeup, but also like there's a difference between like skincare and makeup, and like what does that look like, and there's a lot of nuance.
And there's also like this, because my first girlfriend, first relationship, he was someone who it was like, I'm gonna spend and keep in mind I was like 17, 18, 19 at the time.
Oh, I already knew who you were talking about, so that's yeah.
But to like the potential
to the rest of the world, yeah, okay.
Like, it was either like spending a absolute fuck ton of time to do something very specific with the makeup, or nothing at all. Like it was, or like not nothing at all, but not anything that takes a lot of time or attention.
Sure.
But I was also, incredibly
same also. Like that is also my MO. Like I don't wear a lot of makeup, but if I do, I'm gonna go full out, right? Like that's just it's all or nothing. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, the other incentive that I thought before Catherine responded, if we reach a certain amount, I'm gonna have Kyle on the stream, just so that Kyle can berate me from the sidelines, because people seem to find that very funny.
Oh, Kyle.
The only thing is we'd have to have a conversation about things he can and cannot say on stream.
Okay.
Because
there's no editing and post, yeah.
Yeah. The reason the podcast is still going is because I listen to the entire thing before it goes out, and edit it, sometimes heavily. With the stream, I'd have to be like, you can't say these 6 things. Why? Well, Kyle, there's this thing called the internet that you will be live on.
Yeah. Thank you for trusting me to not be weird on the internet.
Yeah, well, let me phrase. I don't think you'll be weird.
I mean, I am weird, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I just know that you won't randomly drop like the N-word all of a sudden. Kyle won't.
Yeah, I
But
definitely am not one for that.
because there is, yeah, there's at least one person that a
Get that
stream
out of here.
a stream was a possibility, and then I was like, I can't trust them not to say something absolutely insane.
Just absolutely ratchet.
So that's a no. That's gonna be a no for me, dog.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, I'm
I have a
actually.
lot of people in my world that I'm like, maybe that's a no for us, huh?
Yeah, I
Get your ladder shadow out of my way.
ladder shadow. Oh man, the random things said while playing Power Wash Simulator.
I actually think I hate this level.
Yeah, I hate it too.
Okay.
I'm glad you do too, because this level kind of sucks. It is all nook and cranny. It's
And like weird shit that I like can't get to. Like,
super dark.
yeah, do I just need a different nozzle? Do I just need the like fucking
Oh my gosh. Why would just put the fucking box next on never mind.
Oh
Doesn't
my
matter.
god.
They're not real people. It's a game.
It is a game.
Why wouldn't you put the box up against the wall? Instead, you put it like 6 inches from the wall, so all this fucking dirt gets in between the wall
Get behind
and the box.
it. Truly. Truly my entire question. Okay. Where are you gonna fucking ding? What's your deal?
Are you gonna ding? What is
Thank
your
you.
deal?
Anything else want to be obnoxious over here? No? Okay.
Talking mad shit to the dirt.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. Fuck this door frame. Fuck this door frame. Oh, the worst. Shut up, Tifa. No one gives a shit.
What?
Tifa's the person talking to us on the.
Oh, I can't hear that.
Oh, do you not even get the text chat?
No, I'm not. You're the boss in this.
And you did most of the work.
As is tradition.
As is tradition. Oh man. Tifa.
Are you aware that we haven't looked up?
Yeah, I knew about that.
Okay, cool.
I'm so annoyed with what's on the ground. I haven't really been paying attention to how bad it is.
Yeah, I have not really been up there with my eyes yet either, even though I not have to be here soon.
Stupid. You're stupid. Why would? So what happened in here? Was it a dirt bomb?
Probably. What game is this from?
Final Fantasy VII. One of the most beloved games of all time, and we're just sitting here trashing everything about it.
Well, we're not trashing the game.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, right here is a problem.
we're trashing the approximation in a Power Wash game.
Yeah. Where else? Did everything ding over here? I think so. Okay, I'm gonna start over here, I guess.
Are you fucking kidding me with these box jars? Shut the fuck up. Are you telling? Like, come on. Jeez. Ugh. course. Why wouldn't there be just random pipes on this roof?
My bigger problem is that if I'm going to look up to take care of this shit, that I then have the problem of there's shit on the floor that I have to jump over, like the stools. Like they're just blocking my entire existence.
Thank you for calling the Caddy Power Wash group. we only complain about your shitty business as we clean.
Yeah, at least you could do is pick up the fucking stools, you know?
Pick up your stools.
Put them on top of the tables.
Just like walking the dog. Pick up your stools.
Okay.
Boom. Got it. Okay.
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 If they make me clean the fucking top of these pipes, I'm gonna be livid.
They're gonna make you clean the top of these pipes. I don't want to be the.
I know. I'm upset. God, I forgot how much I love and hate Power Wash Simulator.
It's truly. If Baldur's Gate 3 didn't exist, it's Game of the Year.
Honestly, it's my Game of the Year.
Oh my gosh, the mod stuff is blowing up.
For this game?
No, for Baldur's Gate, it's just blowing up my feed. And...
It's pretty out of control. I was talking to somebody who was telling me that they have like they're trying to run full mods for Baldur's Gate on their Steam Deck, and I was like, I'm sorry. That sounds like a nightmare. Like my Steam Deck couldn't even handle like the normal amount of Baldur's Gate, let alone if I'm trying to like run actual mods on it.
Yeah, it was also funny to see the people that are like me rolling up to Raphael level 1 because I could use the entire party.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Okay, this pipe is going to be my first situation here. The way that you are cleaning stresses me out.
I gotta clean this light. Oh my gosh, they're individual. Fuck off, game.
Yeah,
Why?
dude.
Why?
Also, the individual bolts around each of the, like, holding up these pipes are each.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw those earlier too. Oh, you're so dumb. I think I got all of them. Yeah, seems like it. Alright, cool.
Okay, if this light doesn't thing, I'm gonna be upset about it. What are you doing? Why are you like this? What am I standing on? Okay.
Pipe, this fucking pipe.
Why is there always a goddamn table in the way?
Why is it? Goddamn. Oh, fuck you. Goddamn pipes.
Truly, every time I try to move, this fucking table is just in the way.
It's a very inefficient way to clean the top of this pipe, but we're here. Ooh, okay.
Where is the dirt? Thank you. Okay, I'm going back to this fucking pipe now, I guess. We didn't already dig this pipe over here, right?
No, we did not.
Okay.
I did that one.
The other one, yeah.
But this one, holy crap, it seems much longer.
It's just the top that needs it.
Yeah, okay. Actually, let me see if I can do it this way. Come, okay, go. And okay, that's all it took. Cool.
I think there's also one of the metal grommets on it that I haven't done. It's the one, I think, in the middle. Or over here. This might be this one.
Ceiling support. It says it's all the way
All right.
done. Hold on. Let me check the list. Under ceiling support. Da, 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 da. You're right, there was one, but it wasn't on yours, it was on one of mine. There it is. Oh, this stupid.
It's this light.
It's also this stupid sword.
Why are you so fucking? Thank you. Oh, and also, which light is that? This one?
All four of these.
Oh, and these stools. What did you do over here?
What do you mean, what did I do over here?
The stools are not clean.
One of the wall lanterns isn't clean.
This part of this is not clean either.
Apparently I just kind of didn't clean
half-assed everything? Okay. Yeah, I think there's still stuff up here too. Here we go.
God help you if I find one thing that's not clean. The rest of the area.
Okay. Oh, it's this stool over here.
It says there's a wall beam that's not clean, but I don't see it lighting up.
Okay, I need to use my situation over here. Okay,
up
post. Which post?
Skirting.
Oh, this. I'm sorry. This is not clean. Fuck off. Microwave. Oh my god. Okay. What part of this goddamn microwave is not clean?
Damn, where is this fucking skirting?
Can you come look at this microwave? I'm tired of it. Because it's only 99% clean.
Got it.
Thank you. Oh, the skirting is right here.
Oh. Finally. Adjustable stool.
Is this the adjustable stool over here?
Yep.
Yes. Where the... Thank you. There's the skirting circuit box.
I don't know if we should power wash a circuit box. Oh, it's up there.
Up here? This thing?
No, it's... I think I know what the problem is, but I have no idea how I'm supposed to be able to get behind that. Yay!
It was the top.
All right. See, this time lapse not as fun.
What time is that even? Oh, it's only 12. That's good.
Mako Energy Exhibit. Okay, I'm sure that's something important to Final Fantasy VII fans. Oh, and you're already here.
Okay, one moment. Okay,
Like
so many. What is this?
Looks like something out of Alien.
The walls are clean. I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, the only thing dirty is this thing in the center. Oh shit, and aspects of it just look dirty when they're not. That's annoying.
Oh god, okay. I'm gonna be on the outside of this forever, I think.
The outside of... Oh, yeah, I started the same way.
What?
The base wall dividers are their own thing.
Correct, that's the best part, because it's just like, actually, you can clean it. I want there to be so much more.
Too clean?
No. Like like this should be more dings per situation right here.
You want a higher DPM, dings per minute.
That's correct. I think you've made that joke before because it feels familiar and also accurate.
I think I have. I also, like, speaking of Dropout, I've also been, like, hesitant to start Dimension 20.
No, lean in, do it.
Just because I know how much time it's going to take to, like, actually listen.
It's easier to get into than Critical Role.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Also, I just think, like, they're just more comedic. Like, Critical Role is just, like, epic in, like, all of the really good ways, right? But it's definitely less comedy focused. So it's just easier to watch D20.
I get you. You should try Dungeons and Jaddies from Glyph.
Oh, Glyph. I have friends who watch that and love it.
Yeah, ever since building that D&D Lego set, I've just been bummed that I don't play more D&D. Anthony Birch is the DM.
And that's all. Yeah. They had a great time. They played a Call of Cthulhu one-shot.
Ooh. I remember back in right out of college days, we had a game with some homies. And for spooky season, for Halloween, he's like, our DM was like, I'm going to arrange a one-shot horror campaign. and we were like super stoked, and we got up ready and excited, and he kind of modified our characters so that we'd have a little more like fight in us for what he was going to do. And we started the game, and all of us died in the gazebo that we started in.
No.
Like, and I'm talking about hours of making a laminated grid board. I think this dude wrote probably a novel's worth of lore. And he's like,
it's his own fault for killing you that fast, if that is what happened.
Well, I think we figured, okay, Halloween one-shot. It's gonna be spooky and scary, but fun.
Yeah.
And he was like, Halloween one-shot. It's gonna be really dangerous, and it's gonna be like danger around every corner. So we were like, I think he said, he started the game, he's like, you find yourself in a gazebo, you have no idea how you got there. Before you is a large manor with a sign that says, what was it called? I wish I remembered the name. What do you do? And we were like, person was like, I step out of the gazebo, roll dice, you are caught in a trap, roll damage, you instantly die. And then another
Lord.
And then the other person was like, I go over the side of the gazebo. He's like, okay, let's roll for this, let's roll for this. Okay, you encounter this monster in the pit. What do you do? And then it rolled really, really low. And he's like, okay, you also die. Yeah, and it was like,
that's where you just modify as a DM.
Yeah, it was bad. And then like there was kind of this moment where I think he himself was like, do we just start over, or do I just like make it like, do we just make it easier? And then we ended up talking about it so long that it was like, let's just hang out and talk. And I felt a little bad for him.
Live and you learn as a DM, I suppose.
And to be fair, we did not make...
Dude, what were you doing? Your cleaning on the outside of this is ass. What are you doing?
What do you mean my cleaning is ass? I'm literally dinging like crazy over here.
Yeah, I'm coming up and behind you and cleaning up spots that were dirty.
I haven't been over there.
That's not true?
I started here and went right.
Then why are these clean?
Well, because probably I went from like this and then started going right, so I didn't actually finish over there.
I'm upset.
Look, I'm taking it very personally that you're that you're saying my job is poor on this one, because I'm actually trying, as opposed to the bar where I was fucking around and I looked like shit.
All right. Sorry, I insulted your cleaning skills.
Fine.
Yeah, you are dinging like crazy over there. I don't know what's going on.
It's because all of the base walls have a little bit of dirt on the inside.
This side, and yeah, because I cleaned all the outsides. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I cleaned the outsides going that way as well.
Uh-huh.
I'm helping, okay? Like, jeez.
These look like little pig cranes.
I'm technically the boss, okay? I cannot accept insubordination, and...
You can.
Oh my gosh. But, oh man. Anyway. Oh, it's a little model.
Oh my god, I actually think I hate this level. There's so many random tiny...
There's little, yeah.
Like, why aren't these dinging?
I also miss, I didn't DM, but I think it's called GM for fate-based games.
Mm-hmm.
And I missed that. That was really fun. I liked what I wrote, and think it could have gone to some fun places, but everybody had kids and got fucking busy.
Fucking children, man.
The ruiner of roleplay.
The ruiner of a lot of things.
The ruiner of role play at the tabletop and in the bedroom.
Yikes.
That's my other favorite reaction to my jokes. Yikes. Oh, man. But yeah, I think because I was game mastering. That just sounds weird. I was running the game that had the former DM in it, and I think he was punishing me for how we were acting in his game. Because he was
Who the fuck is this GM?
It was Ben Moyer.
All right, I was about to hate on him, but I like Ben Moyer.
The problem was, I think I told this story. The story started out with them being middle schoolers.
Okay.
And as the story goes, they go through like an interdimensional portal, turns them into heroes based on the world that they're in. And
sure.
And when it started, he's like, I want to be a 12-year-old that's wise beyond his years because the parents didn't sugarcoat anything. And he's very, very smart. But he also has substance abuse issues. Like, he got into his parents' liquor cabinet at like 8. And so he actually has a drinking problem at 12. And I said, we can do that. It's a little weird, but we can we can do it. So you're a hyper intelligent.
I'm sorry. Game wise over here, I see no specks of dust and have gotten 0 dings, and I do not understand. Also, I'm stuck.
You're stuck?
Yeah, I can't move. I'm stuck on something. What? Why can I not move?
Is it your keyboard?
Oh, yeah. I was just not clicking the right buttons. You're super right. Okay, do you see any... What the fuck? I'm upset.
Hey. One day, you'll be at my position, kid. You just gotta work a little harder. Anyway, but he kind of had this attitude of like, okay, well, because I'm this character, I'm also openly defiant. And I was like, okay. But I think he was using that as an excuse to just question the shit I was saying and doing as every authority figure character. Because at the very beginning, I had to put them on rails to kind of get them to the adventure.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, you guys all have detention. You're in detention for this crime that you didn't actually commit, but the teachers believed you were involved. And he goes, I offered the teacher alcohol from my juice box to get out of detention. And I was like, just so we're clear, you want to roll a persuasion
on an adult.
The idea being you are a child, and you're going to persuade an adult to let you leave detention with an illicit substance you have that you are openly admitting you have. And you don't believe that'll won't get you in more trouble. And he goes, okay, I'm going to shift. I'm not going to do that. I was like, okay, what are you going to do? I'm going to tell him I'll put in a good word with my parents at the university to get him a better job.
Okay, that at least feels a little bit... I mean, it's not going to work, but at least it's a good, much better option.
And I said, you know what? I'll let you run with it. We'll see what happens. And he rolled like a 19. And I was like, this teacher just doesn't want to deal with your bullshit and knows that you weren't really actually involved and knows that you ain't going to snitch him out, so he lets you go. Because he just doesn't want to deal with you.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, I'm out of detention. That's all that matters. And I'm like, cool. The rest of the players are in detention, and you're sitting around outside, I guess? Because what are you going to do?
Yeah.
And then he was like, I go to the 7-Eleven. I was like, there is no 7-Eleven on this street. It is down the street towards the area I was going to send you if you let me play the game, right? And yeah, he tried to steal stuff from the guy. It got real. It got real. And it got real fast.
Yeah. Players like that, I have a really hard time with. I'm like, well, listen.
And part of what he was doing, because he wasn't like that the whole time, and like I understood, like I think he was also trying to push the boundaries to see, because I told them ahead of time, I was like, okay, this is your guys' game too. Do you want me to make a sandbox or do you want me to make a train?
Mm-hmm.
And they said, well, make a train to the sandbox, I guess, was kind of like what we agreed upon. So the beginning to set up the story will be kind of a train. And then I was like, and the sandbox, I will make the sandbox. You go wherever you want. I'll have like timestamps ready for stuff to happen, but you can decide. But that first session, I was just like, I understand you're a defiant, precocious child, but you're doing it with everything. Everything we do. Eventually it worked out.
I'm stressed thinking about that.
And his wife Alex was like, he's like, I want to basically be 11 from Stranger Things, but nice. And I was like, okay, well, we can work out what that means for someone without actual superpowers until we get to the thing. And then we worked out a backstory, and then she's like, well, I bring out, I always have my cat in my backpack. And I was like, I think I even said in the session, I was like, we are 5 minutes in, and you're already adding stuff to your backstory that was not agreed upon before we started.
Perfect.
So now we account for a cat.
Yes, there's a reason that I don't play as much D&D as I maybe could. So I'm stressed thinking about these things. I'll watch professionals play it because they at least adhere to rules.
Well, it's such a. At one point, when I was at my last job, actually, technically my last 2 jobs back, the coworkers were like, "We should start a D&D game," and I was the only person that had played it before.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, guys, we 100% can do that. However, you have to understand there are rules and you can't just fudge them like it's a board game.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, oh yeah, absolutely. So what will we need to do? And I was like, okay, well, ideally you have to read
the rules.
You have to read a book of rules, and you have to get a workbook almost to work out your character. And they're like, I just want a character that does A, B, and C. I was like, okay, now you understand that A requires you to find that object in the game, which exists.
Mm-hmm. It's people who have never played video games before in their life.
Yeah. And what they heard of D&D is like, oh, you make it up. I was like,
yeah, it's just make believe. You do, but it's still a game. It's still a tabletop.
Yeah, you have to adhere to the rules of the game, and it's
not just a free for all.
And you have to account for the stuff you want to do. You can't just say I'm a wizard that does A, B, and C. You have to explain how you do those things, and as you start out, you don't have those things. You have to grow into having those things.
Yeah.
And people don't want to do that work. They just want to start out being awesome, and it's that's not really.
Well, so I get it, but that's not that's not how games work.
And I discovered my issue in D&D was the one thing that I literally just failed at was clearly the DM wanted me to romantically seduce a character. Clearly. It was it was obvious. And I flat out refused because of the circumstances we found her in, and I thought it was wildly inappropriate, even though it's a fantasy world. It was a woman who was like imprisoned. And she was imprisoned next to her child for God knows how long. And he was like, she seems to have taken a liking to you and has stuck around to speak to you after you've got her home. And I was like, Ben, are you telling me that you want me to have sex with this character right now? And he's like, Kirk, what are you even talking about? I was like, Ben, this woman has been through a traumatic experience. Her child is in that house. I want her to be safe, and I want her to go on living a better life. And then he was like, wow, you're no fun. And I was like, I don't know. That's just me, man. I would not take that opportunity to bang somebody. That just seems wrong.
I mean, you don't have to do it in real life.
Yeah, that's what I realized, that it's not real.
It's like your character could be an absolute shitbag. You know?
Yeah, yeah, it was at that point that or not at that point, but later in life, when I overanalyzed a game I played when I was 20. Where I was like, oh, that wasn't me making that decision, it was my character, and my character could have
been a total shitbag.
And I think he did it because,
he knows you.
Well, I think he did it because another character tried to do it at a very inappropriate time earlier, and I think he was doing it as almost like a, you don't get to, but Kirk does, ha 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 ha.
What a weird way to DM. What a weird option.
But anyway, I mean, I could just be overanalyzing like I do. But that is... I also, like, looking back, I do wish I played more with players that were on the same page. Because we had so much infighting about our decisions.
Getting a group of people together who actually are like, okay, this is how we play the game, feels like the right choice.
Yeah, like we were interrogating a goblin, and it was comedic because none of us were on the same page. It was like good cop, bad cop, hippie cop, and someone not paying attention. And
perfect.
And eventually it just led to, like, I think me or Rick slicing the goblin's throat and pissed off the other ones. It's like, he has nothing to tell us.
Like, we're all wasting our time here.
You know, I didn't like this thing at first, but I kind of dig this little model.
I don't know. The problem with Power Wash Simulator is it does eventually make me sleepy.
I was laughing when I went to go to the restroom. I left the audio for the game on and didn't turn on music. So literally all you hear is... And I was like, that's probably very soothing.
It's all I hear. Is there music? What are you talking about?
Well, because I usually put music on during the...
on the stream.
Yeah, but be right back.
But because I can't hear that because my stream audio is off, because otherwise it would just be wild.
And I was like, I heard that the audio would just be the power wash spraying and the dinging. And I was like, I'll leave that on while I go to the restroom and not turn on the music. It's kind of soothing, low...
Yeah, experience, yeah.
Little ASMR-y.
I mean, I do love it.
It does massage the brain a little bit. It's one of... It's one of the reasons the game's doing so well. It has to be. There we go.
That's why I got quiet. I'm like, oh yeah, sleepy.
It's all good. Do you hear that?
What was it?
Was that in the
Plane?
game? Yeah.
I definitely heard it.
There's a train right behind my
Your house.
behind my room. So occasionally I hear and feel things and go, is that an earthquake, plane, train, or something else?
Automobile.
We had a
That's definitely in game.
okay. We definitely had a earthquake at about 4 in the morning.
Jeez.
And I was awake for it because I had gone to the bathroom and I laid back down in bed and I was like trying to get a couple more hours of sleep before my alarm. And then it felt like my entire room shifted a foot.
Jesus.
And I kind of got up and looked around like, was that just like an immediate dream situation or did that actually happen?
Mm.
And then I was like, but if I look at my phone, I'm just going to have to get up at 4 in the morning because there's no way I can go back to sleep after looking at it. And I looked at my phone and it was like, yep, earthquake. And I was like, Jiminy Christmas. That one was gnarly.
Did you figure out what the magnitude was?
I think it was a 5.
Okay, that's pretty hefty.
It was 5 and relatively close.
Mm-hmm.
There was one, I want to say like 2 or 3 months ago, where, because at my work, we all work from home, and there's some people in California, and others just all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And the chat was like, uh-oh, earthquake. And one of them was a coworker that's relatively close to me. And I was like, I didn't feel it. And they're like, you didn't feel it? I was like, I didn't feel it at all. And it was actually when I was on my walk, because I walk every morning to a coffee shop.
And to appease the Garmin gods, yeah.
And I was like, I wonder if it just happened when I was walking and I thought I tripped or something. Because I did not notice it happen. Appeasing the Garmin gods. Getting much needed caffeine into the system.
Yeah. But there's so many nooks and crannies in this piece of shit.
Yeah, dude, it's just nook and cranny city.
What is this from?
It's all Final Fantasy VII.
Okay, it's the same. Okay. Well, Final Fantasy VII loved nooks and crannies, apparently. Nooks and/or crannies.
That's why it's in many people's lists of best games of all time. Nook and cranny technology. It was the pioneer.
Well, the hard part on this is like it doesn't look dirty.
Oh, at all.
In some of these, and so I'm like, I just literally have to keep hitting tab so that I know what my like literal goal is here. Like,
yeah, I haven't even began to touch the center thing, which looks like fucking like anarchy.
Yeah. I'm only catching it as I like go up the side, right? Like the.
Yeah. It's like these weird, like, tower thingies that just jut out of it that have been easy to grab, but...
I'm going to tell that neither of us have played Final Fantasy.
played the demo when they started re-releasing it, but it's just not, it was not my game.
It was before my time from a video game perspective. I mean, during my time, but like before I got into gaming in that way.
Yeah, I think in many ways my whole gaming journey has kind of flowed to almost nothing. Like, I play on stream, and that's about it. I was playing Helldivers for a while, and it didn't get bad. In fact, it's still pretty fun. They just had an update that kind of, it nerfed some stuff, and then the players, the multiplayer kind of only situation, players themselves got a little pissy about it, and I don't know, I didn't enjoy it as much as I used to, and I was like, oh, well, that's fine.
Like, I guess we're good here. Why is this not dinging?
Need my help again?
I don't know, probably. What? What is it?
It's also deeply ironic how dirty my own house and room is while I play this game.
There we go.
The idea that I have no problem cleaning a fictional diorama from a video game for hours
It
on
is
end.
much less intensive to do this. You're only moving like your hands as opposed to your whole body.
Yeah, true.
To actually clean.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know how they're dividing this thing, but the dings make no sense.
Perfect. Just what I've always wanted.
All of them? All of these are individual? Why? Why? Come on. My enjoyment of this level is steadily decreasing because of that revelation.
We just need these things.
Oh my lord.
Okay.
Oh, this stupid piece of shit.
I'm just gonna go casually around and get the visible shit. And see if we can just get some wins over here.
It's just sounding like a cash register at Christmas right now.
Oh my god.
The amount, the crevice ratio is
It's really high.
out of control.
Yeah, this is pretty damn wild.
Gosh.
It's like the weird shit down here too, because it's like the underside, right? Like that's what I'm trying to focus on.
My goodness. DPMs have risen.
It's EVMs. I know I asked for that. I don't know that this is what I meant.
This is what you wanted. It's also just absolutely bonkers, like the crevices I'm seeing that are not even close to this thing.
The dev on this, though, like,
I see nothing from where I'm standing. Oh.
Okay, I can see a lot from where I'm standing.
I'm just double checking that I don't speak too soon before I jump down. Oh, we're at 99. There we go.
All right, yeah, show me what the fuck this is. Okay.
Oh my gosh, some of the base walls aren't even clean.
Okay, that's probably my bad. Base floor intersection? Base floor intersection. Why am I walking so slow?
You're creeping.
I hate it. What? Where? Oh, I found it. Okay. There, huh?
Oh, really? Fuck you, game.
Did you get it?
I saw it for like a sliver of time, and now I can't find it.
Oh, I see it. There we go.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, let's watch this time lapse.
Jeez, it's quite the...
I didn't like that.
I did not like that. Let's see this one. This one looks, you know, promising. It's like a little robot. Probably a large robot.
This one's gonna have so many crevices.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I just started in the hand, and, guys, all crevice.
The fact that you never use a nozzle other than the fucking threefer is wild to me.
Why?
I don't know. It's just not my strategy, man.
Threefer rules.
I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just I want something that has a little bit more coverage.
Oh my gosh. The sections of the fingers are separate? My gosh. Also, that Actually show really highlights just how many books I have never read.
Okay.
Where they're just like, in this series, and then they start talking about it, it's like, yeah, it's like 16 books. And I'm like, Jesus, what? You want to read 16 books of the same story?
Oh, I've done that.
That's so many books.
Yeah, but think about how many more video games you've played than me.
That's fair. And I've probably read at least one novel's worth of information from the BioShock wiki. And I read the BioShock novel.
Yeah.
And I would read, there's another book that supposedly came out with a special edition of BioShock Infinite that I didn't even know that I would have read. Oh, we got moving parts.
I'm just trying to focus on this base situation over here.
Well, you're all about that base.
All about that base. No trouble.
Sometimes I feel like, a dad who pretends he knows what stuff means. Because I don't even think I've listened to that song. I just know that it is.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know this? I don't keep up with current...
Yeah. Sure, but like you've been on the internet.
Like, I haven't listened to a full Chappell Roan song.
Oh God. Okay.
I haven't listened to that Charlie XCX people
The
were
Brat
talking about.
album.
Yeah, I haven't listened to...
Charlie XCX was popular when we were in college. So like the answer is you're just really...
Hey, I did also buy floor seats to see Weird Al. This is the type of person I am.
Listen, I'm not confused. I'm just...
That Weird Al's just gonna be fucking awesome, though.
It is. I believe you. Oh my God. Okay. Is this the problem? I have to get the top of this?
Well, it's like I went to a dinner. My father's birthday was this week, so happy birthday, Papa Asher. But,
Happy birthday, Dad.
We went to dinner yesterday, and my brother was like... He's like, didn't you tell me about this venue you went to see this band in? And he got the name wrong, but then I also don't remember the name correctly. And I was like, yeah, I've been there. He's like, yeah, I work at one of the buildings in that area. That's a horribly sketchy area. I was like, oh, I know.
I've been there.
When you go to concerts there, they tell you, we advise you Uber here and not park anywhere near the building. Because shit will probably happen to your car. And he's like, yeah, that place is sketchy as hell. However, there are 2 concerts I want to go there and see with you.
Amazing.
Like, that's why it's still open.
Because people still book there and people still show up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember, I think I went with Rick to see a band there. And Rick drove, and like we parked, and Rick was like, I don't know about this. And I was like, well, think about this. You're actually somewhat close to the venue. Worry about the people that have to park there. And pointed like, basically, when the sun would go down, it would just be darkness.
Terrifying.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, we've learned something, but we also are better off than some others. I do like the color of this robot.
I'm not even looking at the color of the robot.
You're still working out the base of this
No, no, it finally dinged like a second ago, so now I've moved on to whatever this grill section is. I'm trying to get like, because there's a bunch of weird shit back there.
Yeah.
It's like all these tiny little places that we are going to be so mad about later.
That is the essence of Power Wash Simulator. You feel like you're doing a great job, and then you think you're done, and you are not. I just enjoy the the challenge that I put on myself almost immediately to not use the ladders as much as possible.
Oh, I do that also, mostly because I don't want to move them. But I had to with the palm trees in the first one.
Oh, I figured out how to jump onto one of the palm trees without a ladder. But I think that one was just close enough to a railing to do it.
Mm.
I didn't even, I didn't check the other palm tree. I think you were handling that one. I don't know, maybe just the story of your grandfather and the fact that we're literally just Twitch streaming us cleaning a robot. There was this funny YouTube video where someone was like, what would you do with time travel? And he's like, you know what I would do? I would go grab a World War II veteran and bring him back to our time and try to explain Twitch to them and just watch their brain explode.
Try to explain Call of Duty.
Yeah. Here are men your age who are still at home, and they are playing a game approximating what you're doing in real war. And anyone can just watch them play the game. For free. Anywhere in the world. Oh, okay. I guess that is important. So parts of this robot open.
Great. What do you mean?
Oh, if you go to the front here.
Sorry, I was the question was not for you. That question was for the robot.
The game itself.
Yeah. Because I'm over here like power washing between the like lines of this robot to try to get it to function.
All right. Man, stuck on the ladder. Ooh. Oh, crevices up here.
Dude, I just went ham on that crevice down here, so.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
Go ham on that crevice. That wasn't a euphemism? That face is also one of my favorite reactions.
Happy to be here.
Mixture of disappointed and disgusted. It is. I mean, one of the things I absolutely adore about
Power Watch Simulator.
no, about myself and the way I joke is like anyone and everyone who knows me, they hear a joke like that and they're like, "Yeah, Kirk is not serious." Kirk is Kirk is the opposite of that person.
Yeah, your brand is very strong.
Like there's so. I think it was you. I think it was you were the first person to tell me, like, straight up, like, Kirk, I would never believe you would do anything like that.
Yeah, like, I know you well enough, and your brand is so strong that there's no way anyone would believe whatever the thing was. So many fucking crevices.
You need to work on your crevices, my guy. There's so many, like, yeah, there's so many vents and
Like, the angle in which you, like, are watching is matters.
oh yeah. Oh Lord. Did I tell you I bought a mini vacuum specifically for Lego sets?
I don't know that you did. That's something.
Well, it was a advertisement on Instagram, like most stupid putters are.
For sure.
And I was sitting there talking to my dad about it, and I was like, yeah, I mean, dust does become a problem with Lego sets, like, immediately. And I was like, you know, I'll get it and I'll try it. And my only complaint is that it doesn't hold a charge longer.
Okay, I mean, listen.
Because I could use an entire charge and maybe hit a third of the collection.
That's wild. Why the fuck won't these ding? I'm pretty sure that this has to. I'm pretty sure it has to open. I can't get it to do that.
Hold on. Okay, I know I was laughing at you when you said, how is this thing not dinging? But I'm having the same question as I go after this one specific section that seemed good.
Yours dinged.
It was a different section. I just moved on.
Oh, okay.
Dude, my guy. Like, round some edges. Can we round some of the edges? Just some of them?
Yeah, like, how do I get in here? Like, what is this? There we go, there's one. Like, I can see inside here. I know that there is. This shit has to open.
Lord, how in the world did you imagine anyone would do that you just showed me?
The easiest thing in my life.
Do I have to, like, is there like a way to take a pill to turn miniature and get into this fucking thing?
I have a lot of questions like that as well currently. Okay, because it's this right here, this one.
Oh shit, I'm stuck.
Like, how do I get in here?
Oh yeah, that was happening to me too. I had no idea.
It's this right here, this one. Look at all the, like, if you can see that this opens. There's dirt in here. Oh, there it is. I was like, I can see dirt.
I sense it. I detect the dirt. Hey, we're at 69%.
Nice.
That's another really fun part of Too Scary Didn't Watch. If, because they read the Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb scores and Metacritic scores. And if any of those scores are 69, they go like, and it's 69 on Rotten Tomatoes. Nice.
How do you close this?
F.
Yeah, get the fuck out of my way. Okay. Hey, wait.
I think you clicked F after I clicked F.
I didn't.
Or I don't know. Is there more sections that open then? No. It's just the chest and that front part. Jiminy Christmas.
Really going ham on the keyboard over there.
There we go. Son of a bee.
Jesus Christ.
This?
Normally all I want to do is clear one section at a time, and I just no longer feel like that's possible here.
No, not at all.
So I think I hate this DLC.
The only reason I don't hate it completely is because it was free.
Sure.
If it was something I paid for and it was this annoying, I'd be pretty upset. But the like Back to the Future stuff, or even that Shrek DLC, if I bought that and it's this ridiculous, I'd be like, come on, guys. Come on. I'm into Shrek, not detail.
And there's no way Shrek is that detailed. Right?
I also don't know if it's like, I think it might even just be one level. I could be wrong.
That's insane. How much is it?
I think it's like $5.
Oh, okay, that's whatever. I pay $5 for one level.
5 or 7. Actually, can look right now.
What am I doing? Why am I not using this? That's the right answer.
It is $8.
Okay, well.
Oh no, it's definitely more than one level. Okay. Just the only level that I remember seeing was Shrek's house,
Swamp.
but it looks like even Duloc. Oh, might be fun. Anyway.
The fact that Shrek is somehow like a cult classic is wild to me.
I liked it.
Oh, listen, it's just funny that like things that become that way, you know?
Oh yeah. It's also funny because I guess the DreamWorks like joke was that Shrek was the project they put people that were like basically a step above being fired. Like if you were on the Shrek team, it's because you fucked up elsewhere.
That's super funny.
And because I don't remember where I read it, but like there was an interview with one of the animators that said it was a term at DreamWorks because a lot of us were working on Prince of Egypt, I think, or
oh god, at the same time, that was the same era.
And something else I can't remember. And they said if you messed up on those movies or on those other projects, they would do something called you just got Shrek'd, and it was
that's so funny.
You got moved to the Shrek project that nobody wants to work on.
And now it's like
They're probably their most profitable thing, unless DreamWorks also owns. No, that's Illumination. Unless it's the same thing, I don't know. But the Minions.
yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, super funny. Prince of Egypt. Believe a movie about Moses.
Yes.
There are no people of color in that voice cast.
Oh my god. Okay.
If you ever want to have yourself a laugh, go look at the IMDb page for Prince of Egypt.
I'm good. I don't need that kind of.
A lot of white comedians you didn't know were Egyptian.
Hey, will you hit the top of this thing?
Never mind. What's that?
This weird gun over here. You were on top of this robot.
All right. Whereabouts?
This one.
The arm or this?
Yeah, thank you. Both of them. Yeah, I just needed it to.
Oh,
we got it. All right. Now, what do I want to deal with next? I guess this.
That was, oh my gosh, that reminds me of a time. One time where I think I could safely say I probably had a little bit of a marijuana problem. I got extremely high and watched, at the time, I don't know if Shrek 4 had been out at that time.
Can't believe there's a Shrek 4.
But I watched Shrek 1 through 3. And watching Shrek 3 in my incredibly stoned state, I was just baffled at how bad it was. Where I was like, it seemed like you guys had everything going for you. How did this happen? And in my state, I went to the IMDb and just looked at the cast list, and it almost got burned into my memory because I couldn't believe that many amazing actors and comedians were in Shrek 3 and it still sucked. Because it was Michael Myers, Eddie Murphy, Antonio Banderas, Cameron Diaz. It was also Justin Timberlake, Ian McShane, Eric Idle, John Cleese, Julie Andrews, Amy Poehler, Tina Fey, Maya Rudolph, think Rachel Dratch. Was it Rachel Dratch? There's another SNL lady.
Get the fuck away from me.
Larry King.
Jeez.
What was the other one? Oh, John Krasinski. There was another one that blew my mind. Oh, Regis Philbin, I think. Oh, god damn it, I cannot. Now I lost it. But I just remember like reading down the names and I was like, all of these people were in this? All of them?
Yeah. Everybody loved Shrek.
Yeah, it was probably, it was that.
They wanted a piece of the pie.
And Shrek was given. That's like, I saw this GQ YouTube video with Kevin Smith. And he was talking about his movies. And he talked about Alan Rickman. And he's like, Alan Rickman was in Dogma because Alan Rickman went to the Miramax studios to talk about stuff and said, I would like to know what the director of Chasing Amy is doing next, and sought out him. And he's like, well, I'm doing this movie about Catholicism called Dogma, and I think you could probably be one of the angels. And he's like, absolutely, I'll be there. And he's like, and then suddenly I just became friends with Alan Rickman, which is like the strangest thing I could ever imagine. And I once saw him on set having a intense discussion with Jason Mewes. And I sat there watching it going, what in the world do Alan Rickman and Jason Mewes talk about?
In common, yeah.
Like, what in the world do these two men... And I walked up to Alan Rickman after that, and I said, what were you talking to Jason about? And he's like, well, it's an awesome opportunity. He's an American icon, a pop culture figure. And it's like, you're Alan Rickman? What are you
yeah, do you know who you are? Yeah.
And then he mentioned that he had, like a little bit later in life, he talked to Alan Rickman, and he said, oh, I bought an apartment in New York, but I don't know if I can keep it. And he's like, why wouldn't you be able to keep the apartment? What's wrong with it? And he goes, well, I found out a good friend of mine also lives in that apartment. And he's like, well, what's the problem with that? He's like, well, it's Ray Fiennes. And he's like, why would it be a problem if you and Ray Fiennes live in the same building? He's like, if Harry Potter fans find out that Snape and Voldemort live in the same building in New York, it might become a problem.
Or just from New York, yeah.
It might be a problem for that building.
Funny.
Okay. Well, we're at 99%.
Pretty good.
Okay. Okay, seeing...
I haven't left the ground this entire time.
And I've been just jumping all over this thing. Okay, what am I missing? Oh, you've gotta be fucking joshing me here, bro. I have to actually... I was about to say the phrase, I actually have to clean out these holes.
Good.
Oh boy. Okay, shoulder beam launchers are clean.
These... Okay, I'm stuck.
Wrist hinges.
Yeah, it's here. I see them.
Oh, the whole top part is also a little dirty.
Oh, yeah, okay, because I haven't been up there. I haven't left the ground.
Aha. Okay.
Palm flamethrower. Oh, it's this one. I see it under here.
Tank buster cannon doors. Okay, well, it's not those. Because they would be lighting up. Tank buster cannon. Wait, what? Where the fudge are you, dude?
This is the tank buster cannon.
Oh, I see it. Got it.
What is this? This down here needs attention.
Tank buster vents?
Yeah.
Okay. Where could you...
Let me get on top of it.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Can you hear my dog?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's funny. He's sleeping.
Hold on. Lower rear cannon. Did
Oh,
we
it
move
does.
these this whole time? Oh, it doesn't matter now. Well. Look at that.
I think I need to go take a nap.
Just so matter of fact, like, I think I need to go take a nap. All right. What time is it? Oh.
Like one.
Well. Oh wow, and that's the last one anyway.
Okay, well, what perfect timing.
What a good one. Well, thank you, Kiwi, for hanging out, making a couple of pizzas, and then
immediately tapping out. Yeah.
move into Power Wash Simulator. It was still fun. It was a good time. And,
Yeah, that was the right decision. I definitely struggled. I would not have lasted this long making pizzas.
So next week, I don't think I will be available. I'll let you know ahead of time, Kiwi, but I don't... There was a plan for something this weekend. I don't know if that plan is the same because of events that have happened recently. So I'm not sure if I will be here next week on Sunday, but I will be here tomorrow at 7 p.m., barring my dog pooping everywhere like last week. But until then, have a good one, everybody. And peace.
Bye.